Good morning, everyone. We are about to get started. Can we all stand for the national anthem, please? Thank you. Good morning and welcome to 2021 St. Patrick Career Fair. We are welcoming everyone and we are so grateful to have you with us this morning. And we want to tell all the teachers and all the students, thank you for coming in. Thank you for being here with us. All right, so we have with us this morning for our first presenter, a presenter
Hi, good morning, everyone. Welcome to our second day of the St. Patrick SSSE Career Fair. I hope that you had an enjoyable day yesterday and it will be just as enjoyable today. All right, this morning, I am Ms. Ramki Soon and I will be your moderator for the sessions for the morning period. All right, our first guest for this morning is Ms. Stacy Mahabal. She is a registered nurse with the Trinidad and Tobago Registered Nurses. Ms. Mahabal, are you with me this morning? All right, I will wait a minute. She is in the room with us. Maybe she's just taking some time to sort out her audio. All right, a reminder that all students are not supposed to be on the Zoom platform. All right, students are supposed to join using the live stream link and not Zoom. Ms. Mahabal, are you with me this morning? So just give me a few minutes and let me see what's happening in the background.
Can you all hear me?
Yes, I am hearing you. Good morning. How are you?
I'm all right. Trying to be.
I'm glad to hear that. Are you ready to present for us this morning?
I just have one problem. I have to use my phone because my computer is giving me some glitches. I don't know what is happening. So I don't know if I can, I'm reading from a document and I don't know if I can read from the document and still be viewed on the phone. That is the problem I'm encountering.
All right. So how about we come off and we have a conversation with our technical team, yeah?
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome.
for me, it has been to be that guy that does what people say can't be done, you know? And I think it started with trying to please my mother and trying to please my grandmother, and they always wanted higher for me. They always wanted more for me. And it got to the point that I wanted to be something. I wanted to be somebody. And it made me choose certain roles. It made me turn down certain roles. There is more than an image that I want to project. I want to be the person that is the first person there and the last person to leave. That's who I want to be, because I think that the road to success is through commitment and through the strength to drive through that commitment when it gets hard. And it is going to get hard, and you're going to want to quit sometimes, but it'll be colored by who you are and more who you want to be. I definitely found that wanting to be an actor stems from wanting to be somebody.
My mom wanted me to be a truck driver because that would mean I would make $24,000 a year if I went to Truck Masters, and that would be twice what my father made. And she thought that would happen, but something inside of me said, I don't want to drive a truck. There's something else that matters more to me, and I decided I was not going to go for money instead of passion. And the rewards have been pretty amazingly better than being a truck driver. It's not bad being a truck driver, it's just not what I was after. And I look back, and one of the things that helped me was my original teacher, Jim Rohn, who was a personal development speaker I went to hear when I was 17. He said something the first time I heard him, and he said, you know, it's really simple. If you want life to change, you got to change. If you want life to be better, you've got to get better. It's the only way it happens. And luck will show up for people and it'll leave them. But if you're constantly improving who you are and what you give, game over.
See if you can find some ways to multiply your value to the marketplace. And he said your income will immediately start to change.
See, if you go through life holding back, and most of us do, most of us, if we ask ourselves, have we done all we can do? Most of us will have to answer, no, we haven't. We've been holding back. We have ideas that we don't act on, things we want to do. We're afraid to take chances. We go through life trying to seek security and not coming outside of our comfort zone, and we take most of our stuff with us to the grave.
Up until then, I was hoping that the economy would change. I was hoping that my company would change. I was hoping that my paycheck would change. I was hoping that circumstances outside would change. And then here's what I found out. It isn't going to change. So then my question was, if it isn't going to change, how will my life ever change? And here's what my teacher taught me. When you change, everything will change for you.
And I'm saying that the fact that you're still here, that you're still breathing, you've got some more work, and you owe it to yourself. You owe it to yourself. So when you get up in the morning, that you can look yourself in the face and say, hey, I'm living my life on my terms.
Change your question, change your life. When it comes to planning your life, I want to get you to learn to ask 3 questions now. The question you want to ask yourself is, what do I want? What's my outcome? What's my result? The word RPM, the first one, is to get you focused on the target. The target is not the activity. The activity can change. It's what's the result I'm after. If you know exactly what it is you really want, what you desire, what you're really after, clarity is power. The more clear you are and specifically what you want, the faster your brain can get you there. But if you're generally saying things like, what do I want? Well, I want more money. Fine, here's $1, get out of here. Whether you get the outcome or not, whether you get that result, will be based first, do you have clarity? And the second thing is, whether you got enough emotional juice to keep going after it when things don't work out. Did you achieve the outcome? Yeah, when you're that general, you think you're not getting your goal, you are. The way you language your goal, the way you think about it, you're receiving it. I want to feel a bit better. I want to lose some weight. Fine, you lost a pound, you're done.
You get better, everything will get better for you. And That's where I picked up that phrase, for things to change, you've got to change. You don't have to change the marketplace. You don't have to change the marketing plan. You don't have to change the economy. You don't have to change countries. You don't have to change circumstances out there. All you've got to do is look within and see if you can change yourself for the better. And as you change, things will start to change for you.
What's the result I'm after? What's the ultimate result? What do I want out of this week, out of this thing, out of my business, out of my life, for my body?
Don't concern yourself too much with how you're going to achieve your goal. Leave that completely to a power greater than yourself. All you have to do is know where you're going. The answers will come to you of their own accord.
Here's my best advice. Welcome all experiences. You never know which one is going to turn everything on.
Are there going to be some moments when you want to give up? Yes. Will there be some moments when it's going to seem like it's impossible? The pain that you're experiencing, the disappointment that you're experiencing, that you're going to say it's not worth it? Yes, that's going to be right there for you. It's going to be in your face, telling you to go back.
When we think about changing our lives, usually that means changing your behaviors, retraining yourself, getting new habits, going out and trying them out and changing your life. This is about changing your thoughts, and then your life will change. Change your thoughts, change your life.
Benjamin Disraeli said, nothing can resist a human will that will stake its existence on its purpose. Shortly put, I'll do it or die.
Know that all you have to do is hold your goal before you. Everything else will take care of itself.
And I can tell you that it doesn't make any difference what age you are, whether you're a teenager watching this, or whether you're someone in your 60s, 70s, 80s, or anywhere along the way, you can make that change.
Every thought, every feeling, every emotion you experience in this lifetime is shaped by beliefs and values. All of your life is controlled by decisions you make. Decisions about what to believe, decisions about what to feel, decisions about what to do. And most of us are on automatic pilot, letting the world trigger us instead of taking back control of our life. And when you do that, just think of it this way. Anything you want to change. You want to change your body. You want to change your career, your business, your relationship. What to do requires the right strategy. If you want to lose weight and keep it off, you can't obviously just throw your pendulum and go on some silly diet. You got to know the things that are going to give you lasting results. So we teach those strategies. But some people even know what to do, but they don't do it. And why are we able to get people to do it, to follow through? Because 80% of success in anything, my friends, is psychology, and 20% is the mechanics. What that means is there's how to do stuff and there's why to do stuff. How to do it is not that complex. And if you really learn from somebody who knows those refined distinctions, they can show you those tipping points, those things you can do where in the least amount of time you get the biggest result.
As you look at yourself as a business operator, as you look at yourself as an entrepreneur, as you look at yourself as a person that want to make a mark with your life, that want to leave a legacy, you've got to be hungry. It's better to be prepared for an opportunity and not have one than to have an opportunity and not be prepared. You want to find people who master that because success leaves clues. And that's the same thing I'm suggesting to you. Whatever area that you want to go in it's finances, in business, insurance industry, whatever area that you're interested in, find the people who are mastering that and follow their example. Watch your relationships. They're nourishing relationships and they're toxic relationships. Nourishing relationships, they bring the best out of you. They inspire you. Toxic relationships, they drain you. People that are hungry are willing to do the things today others won't do in order to have the things tomorrow others won't have. People that are hungry believe, always strive to get on top in life because it's the bottom that's overcrowded. People that are hungry know if you want to be successful, you must be willing to do the things today others won't do in order to have the things tomorrow others won't have. If you do what is easy, your life will be hard. Complain, point at your circumstances, give up your power, blame the government, blame the economy. If you do what is easy, your life will be hard. But if you do what is hard, your life will be easy. It's hard to make a radical change in your behavior. It's hard to take ownership. It's hard to swallow the bitter pill that wherever you find yourself, at some point in time, you made an appointment to be there. That's hard. That's hard. If you do what is easy, your life will be hard. If you do what is hard, your life will be easy.
Hi, good morning, guys. Thank you for being patient with us. I hope you enjoyed the video this morning. Ms. Mahabal, good morning. Welcome.
Good morning. Thank you.
How are you this morning?
Oh, a bit excited.
So glad to hear that. If you are ready, I will hand over to you.
Yes, I am. Good
Great.
morning, everyone. Good morning, students and faculty members. I bring greetings to you on behalf of the executive and the members of Trinidad and Tobago Registered Nurses Association. Again, my name is Stacey Mahabal, and I am a registered nurse attached to San Fernando Accident and Emergency. It is truly a great pleasure and privilege that I speak to you all today. I would like to begin by saying that you have chosen a career that speaks to who you are, that your care and concern for humanity is of paramount importance, and that the service to humanity is an essential facet. You see nursing as an avenue where you can have a say in the care and well-being of mankind. Nursing is a profession that gives individuals a window into the most intimate moments of a human being's life. It is a profession that defines who you are. By your mere appearance in uniform and your proud demeanor stands out and makes a loud statement. Despite being a highly demanding profession, it brings about great satisfaction. Nursing is a fantastic career. The sky is the limit as to where you can go. There are limitless opportunities to build your skills and knowledge. So what calls people to this profession? As a child growing up, I was fascinated by nurses, but petrified of needles. That was until I sustained an injury to my head, which landed me in hospital. I was screaming and frantic. No one could pacify or allay my fears. That was until that tall, warm, and friendly woman in white came to my mom and asked if she could sit a while. She started speaking with my mother, and I don't recall their conversation, but after a while, she paused and she looked at me and she asked my name and why I was crying. She then offered her hand. With a calm, warm, gentle voice and soft smile, she extended her hand and almost immediately showed that she cared. Although I was scared, I looked at my mother and she urged me to go on. And so I took her hand and told her what my name was. She ushered my mother and I to another room where she cleansed my wounds and arrested the bleeding. She placed a clean dressing over my wound, and all the while she was gentle in her actions, while reassuring me all the way that everything was going to be all right. She even had to administer an injection, to which I frantically objected. However, she was most patient and tactful. She gave the shot so quickly, explaining so politely that it would feel only like an ant bite. It happened so quickly I barely had time to react. Soon I was laughing and chatting like nothing ever happened. She was awesome. She was the nurse. After that experience, I couldn't wait to tell everyone what I wanted to be when I grew up. I became obsessed reading a Ladybird book about the nurse. Over and over, I would band-aid all my dolls, even my pet dogs, playing nurse all day long, mimicking how that nurse took care of me. The way she spoke and the way she moved, and all that I had read in the book really impacted me. I would dream all day long about wearing that clean, white, pristine uniform and hat. My fascination and interest in nursing and nurses peaked at the age of 9. I knew what I wanted to be when I grew up. A nurse, just like that poised, caring, kind, gentle, patient, and knowledgeable nurse that I had encountered. It takes a very strong, intelligent, and compassionate person to take on the ills of this world with passion and purpose and work to maintain the health and well-being of patients. In Trinidad and Tobago, we have a diverse nursing fraternity that comprises of not only registered nurses who wear white, but also patient care assistants or PCAs who can be seen wearing an all-blue uniform. We have patient care assistants and enrolled nursing assistants, ENAs who can be seen wearing a cream uniform, and district health visitors, DHVs, who can be seen wearing a brown militant fashion uniform. All of them can basically be differentiated by the colors they wear and also by their scope of work. Nurses work in many different areas of healthcare, and their roles often vary within each environment. The ENA and the PCA also work in collaboration with the RN and the interdisciplinary team to support the care of patients. However, the PCA or patient care assistant may not be as hands-on as a direct care RN or ENA. Registered nurses, ENAs, PCAs, they all work together at the bedside with the sickest patients or care for those who are mostly well. They can work directly with patients or indirectly by collaborating with each other and the team involved in healthcare to help patients. Traditionally, most RNs work at bedsides in collaboration with the ENA and PCAs that help with the interdisciplinary team and care. His or her primary role is to work hands-on with patients and their families to educate and care for them. Although they work with patients performing various tasks, over time, nursing has become so dynamic that RNs now not only work at bedside, but they also take on positions in management and administrative capacities. RNs supervise other staff nurses in health hospital wards. They provide staff guidance, set schedules, maintain supplies, and oversee patient education and care. Charge nurses also treat patients themselves and often take control when a medical emergency is presented. A mix of clinical and supervisory leadership skills. For every individual, temperament, and personality exists a nursing specialty. The pace of working environment can be fast and full of adrenaline, or very calm, a very, very calm setting, one with patients, dealing with them one-on-one. One can specialize in nursing in many different aspects, like trauma, midwifery, intensive care nursing, or even neonatal or pediatric nursing. Whatever the pace or specialty, you can be sure with lots of time to spend bonding with patients and families, or somewhere in between. RNs can work in a variety of healthcare settings. Take, for instance, a district health visitor, or the DHV. She's charged with taking care of community health, which includes women's health and care of the pregnant woman from conception to birth. Nurses can work in a number of places, including hospitals, nursing homes, outpatient settings, physicians' offices, clinics, and district health facilities. My dear students, the art and profession of nursing goes way beyond making beds, giving injection, and changing dressing. It is an all-round profession where management and administrative skills, high professionalism, and ethics in practice is a must to be the holistic nurse. Finally, nursing is a team sport. Nursing is sharing. It is hard work, but you have got to have the heart and patience for it. You do need to be intelligent in how you organize your time and stay on top of your work. Be respectful, adaptable, diligent, and proactive, and you will be successful. And remember, all brains are different, and the process of one does not always work for the other. Above all, remember, being a nurse is tough, exhausting, and an emotional job, but it comes with so much respect and reward. I love my job as a registered nurse, and my team is my second family, the best decision I ever made. So what are the requirements for becoming a registered nurse in Trinidad and Tobago? The candidate, he or she, must have 5 O-levels. This must be inclusive of the English language, any subject of numeracy, mathematics, or accounts, science subjects, including human and social biology, physics, or chemistry. You must also possess a Bachelor of Science in Nursing. The qualification attained would be a Bachelor of Science or a degree in nursing, where training is offered at the University of the Southern Caribbean, USC, the University of the West Indies School of Nursing, UWISON, or the College of Science, Technology, and Applied Arts of Trinidad and Tobago, COSTAT. Thank you all so much for listening, and I do hope you all took something home from this presentation.
Wow, Ms. Mahabal, that was an excellent presentation, motivational as well.
Thank you.
We do have a segment for question and answers, so that as soon as our kids start posting questions, I will read them to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I particularly enjoyed your sharing as to why you became a nurse.
Yes, it was definitely something that I feel in myself, like, you know, after that experience, it was just there. It was just like, you know what you wanted to do.
Because you want to make just as a positive impact as that news had on you.
Yes.
Wonderful. Students, I would like to remind you that when you are posting on the chat, it's very important that you remain respectful, all right? And your conversations should surround questions related to the topic at hand, all right? So again, your respect, all right? And your deportment as young persons would be very important at this time. Please post questions that are relevant. Ms. Mahabal, I have one comment here for you.
Sure.
That just as I mentioned, your story, a student is saying it's a really great one and they like it. So you touched other persons as well this morning.
I am happy to hear that.
Oh, I should also let you know that there is a short delay between the time we speak and the time that the kids are seeing it. So I'm sure in some time we will be getting some more questions.
Yes.
Maybe for a reinforcement, you might want to spend a little bit more time going over the subjects that are required and the training and education, as well as maybe opportunities for upward mobility.
Yes. So yes. So really and truly, it's the reason you're having 5 subjects is because you're really preparing to go into the university level. So you would need the English language, mathematics or accounts, any subject of numeracy. The science subjects could include any science subject, human and social biology, physics, chemistry, integrated science, once it is a subject of science. What would be a great help is if persons, there are many courses offered by the Trinidad and Tobago Registered Nurses Association in terms of patient care, care of the elderly, care of children. It is accessible, and you do get a certificate after. You do have a small exam after the whole syllabus is completed. It's like a 6-month course. So in preparation and keeping on track with nursing itself, if one wants to pursue a little course, there are other courses offered by other agencies, but I'm familiar with the ones by TTRNA. They do offer those, and yeah, it can be done.
How do students access these course programs or even the application for the course?
An ad would come out every 6 months. Well, before our pandemic, every 6 months, a course would come out and advertise in the newspaper by TTRNA, right? So that's how we do it. And every 6 months, we take on a cycle and persons join the course and, well, exam, and they would be certified in the patient care or child care as well.
Okay, great. One question here is, how long does it take to become a registered nurse?
Once you have attained the subjects, the 5 subjects, it can take as much as 4 years in USC, University of the Southern Caribbean. It's exactly 4 years, I know. And 1 year for studying to go on to do your RENR exam. That is with the Nursing Council now to certify you to get your license to practice, right? So in USC, 4.5 years. In COSTAT, I know because of a lot of the courses that happen and persons having to do a lot of coursework, that could take a little time.
Right.
But in recent times, because of the pandemic, I don't know as to how the blended courses are going and if these times now will be extended. But most of the times it's 4 years for the bachelor's degree and then onward for your RENR exam.
Right, so the RENR is 1 year after that, 4 years.
After that 4 years, onward, just immediately after you go on to prep. So dependent on your aptitude and your ability, it can be exactly 4 years. But I mean, if you just fail a couple courses and you have to go back, it would take a little more time.
Right. There's another question here. Would it be harder or easier for us to get a job as a nurse during COVID time? I'm thinking about employability. It is probably surrounding employability at this time and the need for nurses.
Well, there is a vast need for nurses, but we want to make sure that persons are properly well trained They would have attained the necessary classrooms and all the education necessary on doing your duties. So while, yes, we do have a great demand for nursing, we want to make sure that these nurses are capable, that you have gone through the education and you have done your work. So during this COVID time, as long as the nurse is proficient in her job and those kinds of things, of course, we would be happy, we would welcome.
All right, excellent. Someone has asked for you to emphasize a little bit more on pediatric nursing and what training, what has to happen for someone to become a pediatric nurse.
Okay. So what happens is that whichever RHA that you are a part of, be it Southwest, Northwest, NCRHA, North Central, whichever one that you're a part of, these RHAs usually put things in place for a nurse to have a little more education, because nursing is dynamic. It changes every day. Health is dynamic. Things change every day. So putting forward education for the nurses is important. So they would put out these things, and as long as you apply, after a small interview, you would be called in. So say this person wanted to be on the pediatric ward. RHA would put that ad out, you would have an interview to face, and after that, you would go on to specialize, having that specialization from the RHA itself. I hope that clarifies that.
Great, thanks. I have a few comments for you regarding how inspirational your story was. We have quite a few comments on that as well. Someone has also asked, how do you manage? It's a very dynamic job that you're doing. How do you manage?
You have to really, as I said before, have a love and concern for humanity. We do not officially take an oath, but the oath is personal. You as the person must know your love for persons and things. And when you can do something for someone who can do absolutely nothing for you, I mean, that goes all the way home. That really makes you feel gratified at the end of the day. I cope because sometimes, like, I meditate, I pray, having fun, interacting. I feel for my patients. I actually feel. Empathy is one of the things that sometimes I say, Lord, is this a blessing? And sometimes it feels as a curse, because you really bear people's burdens. You understand? But at the end of the day, it's most fulfilling.
One of the comments did make mention that you are speaking from your heart. I think the kids are sharing in you and tapping into your feelings as well.
Yes.
Someone asked about phlebotomy. How can they get into the profession of phlebotomy?
Well, phlebotomy, places like NSAFE and stuff like that would take those, would do those phlebotomy. But in SWARA, we had an IV cannulation course, which they offer to the ED nurses, accident and emergency nurses, and if I'm not mistaken, I stand corrected, other nurses as well. But because we are in a fast-paced area, we got to do that IV cannulation. But those courses are offered outside, and it would be definitely an asset if you did that course outside of the course of nursing, because it's a specialty by itself.
Okay. This question is a little bit personal, asking your opinion. What if you are hemophobic but still want to get into the field of nursing? How would you advise a person like that?
Okay, let me see if I can do this justice. So as I mentioned earlier, I was very petrified of needles. And one of the things I did, I remember giving my first IM, I was shaking. Shaking IM meaning intramuscular injection, right? And what I did, I took that fear and I say, you know what? I tried to figure out what I was afraid of. I was afraid of that prick, that needle going into me. So I purposed in my heart, I say, you know what? I am going to practice giving this IM so gently. I'm going to be so gentle that they must say, Nurse Johan, real soft. If I could just say it, lay like that. And it must not be painful for them. Everything that I feared I took it and I said, I'm going to change that. So if I feared the fact that the needle was going in, I would go in a little more gentle. I would talk them through it. And believe it or not, this is the compliment from my patient's nurse. That I didn't even feel that. And you know, if it's children, I try to speak to them, educate them, look, touch it, feel it. This is what I'm going to do. So you have to embrace your fear, embrace it, get to know it. And eventually you will know what to do. It will come.
Excellent. I have a few other questions regarding training and orientation. So one asked, what type of training and orientation would be provided for nursing students?
Oh, wow. Well, I can speak from the University of the Southern Caribbean perspective, where I attained my bachelor's degree. It is a wonderful 2-week orientation. They don't just throw you, as so to speak, layman terms, in the bamboo. They walk you through your stuff, as with any university, I would believe, any faculty and university. They walk you through. They send persons to teach you about their online stuff. They had, in my time, it was called Moodle. I was not computer savvy at all. These persons would walk you through. You will have persons who you can go to, like guidance counselors situated in the School of Nursing, who you can go to when you feel stressed. So they have a whole itinerary that they put together for students who are new to the nursing. You have a nursing director who you can go to, and liaisons, a number of liaisons you can go to. The orientation is wonderful, but the work is diligence and persistence will get you through that.
So you all have an excellent support system as well.
Yes.
I'm glad to hear that. There's another question surrounding salary and contract. So I will read those two questions for you. One is, what is the pay like? And the other is, if nursing is such an important profession, why are persons hired on contract? Maybe we talk about permanent employment.
I'm a contract nurse, and I want to say that although I am on contract and these things, nursing is a job where you can allow yourself to be imprisoned by it, or you can allow yourself to be freed. And despite the fact that I am on contract, and these are very valid concerns, go out there and give it your best shot. Go out there and make the impact that you set out to make. You understand? These things, I may not have the direct answer for it, but don't let these things deter you from exactly what you would want to do, the difference that you would like to make. I don't have all the answers, but yeah, do that. Whether contract or permanent, do what you set out to do.
The other question there would have been about salaries in terms of maybe a starting range.
I know on contract, a starting range would be something like 7,000 starting range in where at Swara here, but these things tend to change when you are permanent. You do get gratuities after your contract is up, and as far as I'm concerned, as long as your contract is finished, you could always look forward to work. Again, nursing is in high demand, and despite the fact that you are on contract, you can always look forward to a renewal once you are doing your part in staying professional and ethical about your job.
Okay. What age do you need to be to start nursing? That's another question.
I would say as soon, well, given the time that you come out from school and you go to university, I would say from the age of, I don't have that right, you know.
I think it's about 17 from what I gathered from UWI. They have to be about 17 in the year that they register for the program.
I believe, yes, from about 18, I stand corrected. from about, yeah, to about, I believe they would have said, they have persons coming out there now at the age of 60, you know, we have pool nurses and stuff like that.
Mhm.
But yes, definitely from the age of 17 onwards to about 45, 50, thereabouts, I stand corrected.
Okay, thanks for sharing. Another question is, do you have any professional affiliations?
In terms of?
I think in terms of the nursing body, are there professional bodies that nurses can join?
Yes, I am. I am actually the deputy chairman of the Southern Branch TTRNA. That TTRNA meaning Trinidad and Tobago Registered Nurses Association.
Mhm.
I do volunteer work with Trinidad and Tobago Red Cross. As a matter of fact, Red Cross was one of the first places I wanted to be in, just to feel like I was doing something. The last time that we had parade, I did parade. It's such an honor to be parading, and you know, the patriotism felt when you walk on that pitch representing the Trinidad and Tobago registered, Trinidad and Tobago Red Cross. It's amazing. With pride, I hold my head up, and along with my other members, and it's amazing. It is amazing.
And the students continue to share, Miss, about how motivational you are, and you're an excellent presenter. We have quite a few of those comments coming in as well. All right. Another person has asked, being in the state of COVID, right, there is the increase in death rate, rising COVID cases. How will you compare your job today as opposed to, let's say, about a year and a half ago?
A year and a half ago, definitely it was not as exhilarating in terms of COVID, but at this time now, we realize that we are not studying to pass a test. You are studying to save lives. And my mantra is study, study, read, read. Always keep updated. It's, as I say, to see a client up to yesterday, you know, lose someone. It is something that you will never ever get used to, at least for me. I can speak personally. You will never get used to that. You know, and communication is so important. Sometimes, you know, you just don't say anything. You just have to be silent and just weep with them. As I said, nursing is sharing, and that's very broad. I don't mean in the sense sharing things, personal artifacts, but sharing of your time. The time that you share will never be given back to you. So make sure that this is what you want to do. It is, I believe, a higher calling. I don't slight nursing in any way, because it is really the window. You get to usher people, babies in, and take a little guy or a little lady or whoever, child, woman, boy, out peacefully. And it is the emotion that goes with it, that doesn't change. A year ago, today, same thing. It doesn't change it. What changes is you as the individual. You can change for the good and continue, or you can let it change you.
To build on that, another question is, how did you uphold the mission and values of becoming a nurse?
Sometimes people think that you have to be born with something, but you know, it's just upbringing and training and the values that I would have received from my mentors, you know, looking at other nurses, keeping myself in the news, you know, reading. Because I am passionate about people and their lives and well-being, it comes very easy for me to just, and I wouldn't say just, I don't want to trivialize it, but to really feel for persons, as I said, it will come. I can't explain that burning that I feel for humanity, but I upkeep it because I know that ethics and professionalism is of high value in the nursing profession. As a person, you know, when I take that white uniform off, nursing doesn't stop there. You're a nurse in and out of uniform. You're always apt, you're looking. So it's something, somebody must need assistance somewhere, somehow. So you're always in that way, you're just molded in that way, in or out of uniform.
I'm glad that you're inspiring our kids, and a lot of the questions are surrounding you and your experience and your profession. We have like about 2 or 3 more minutes, so I will ask the kids to continue with their questions, but thereafter they can probably direct their questions to their resident guidance officers if they don't get their questions answered at this point, right? And I just want to remind kids of their respect on the chat. All right, please, guys, if you are not being respectful, we may be forced to mute some of you, okay? There is another question. The person stated it's a personal question. Miss, is nursing more girls going than boys?
Actually, no. One of the first pioneers, and his name evades me, of nursing was a male, was a man, and we have quite astute, wonderful male nurses. You would be surprised to see their compassion and care. Anyone can be a nurse, male or female. You just have to care. You have to want that.
One other question regarding your experience. Miss, what was your impression when you had a surgery?
My impression? I was asleep. I had under anesthesia, but you know, again, the nurses, to reassure a patient that everything, you know, is taken care of, all that matters to you as the patient is being sorted out and taken care of, is what us as humans is want to know, you know. Surgery could be quite daunting, but if you have a good nurse, a good team working with you, and there's no one bad or good team, but as long as you are reassured in the way that you feel comfortable, surgery will feel like 2 minutes, but most of the times you are asleep.
Excellent. Ms. Mahabal, I would like to thank you so very much for being an inspirational presenter this morning. You've seen from our comments or heard from our comments that our kids totally enjoyed your presentation, and I'm sure many are inspired.
I'm happy.
I would like to thank you again so very much for being here with us and sharing this morning. And on behalf of our team, have an enjoyable and wonderful day. If there's anything, thank you. If there's anything you would like to leave with the kids before you depart, you can share with them.
Yes. Nursing is a team sport, ladies and gents, students. It is very fulfilling. You've not chosen this by chance. Go do what you were called to do and give it your best shot. Remember, no one person is the same. As with patients, but just go. The sky is the limit. You can do it.
Thank you so very much.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, students, we will pause for about 3 minutes to allow our next presenter to set up. All right, and again, a reminder, your etiquette is very important. Your respect for other persons is very important. All right, so I will sign out for a few minutes while our next presenter takes some time to set up. Take a minute, get something to drink, but you remain in the room, okay? Hi, good morning again. I'm hoping that you guys had a quick walk, gotten something to drink. All right, we are ready for our next presenter this morning. And we have with us Mr. Narain, who is a representative from CTS. Okay, CTS is the College of Business and Computer Science Limited. Mr. Narain, good morning and welcome to our room C. Our students this morning here would be from forms 4 to 6.
Hi, good morning, Miss Anne-Marie. I just want to confirm that you all can see on the screen and you can also hear me clearly.
Yes, I am, for both of them.
Right, and just to confirm, you are the person that will be relaying questions, etc., throughout the session, right?
Yes, I will.
Right, good. So how many students do we have logged in this morning with us on average? Just to get an idea.
All right, let my technical persons give me an update and I will let you know that, yeah?
Sure.
Mr. Narain, we have about 222 students right now.
Okay, thank you very much. So let's get started this morning. I know you all had a number. You all probably had one session before and you probably have more sessions to go. So I will try to be very brief and very direct in terms of what we have to present to you today. Our career guidance session at CTS is always entitled Looking Ahead at a Bigger, Better and Brighter Future. And it's directly in line with your whole team of this district presentation as well. Firstly, we'd like to thank you for the opportunity given to us to be able to present and reach out to students. It is always our pleasure to take part in sessions like these because we know that students always have very relevant questions that they don't always get answers to as well. So about myself, my full name is Narain Nirmal Niranjan. I'm from South Trinidad. I've been a program manager at CTS College for the last 10, going on 11 years. I manage what we call the ABE program, which is the Association of Business Executives program, which is from the UK. So the certification of the ABE program is actually from the UK as well. And today I'm going to conduct with you, first of all, a career guidance session as to why study for a degree. We probably hear the term all the time, a degree. We probably know some benefits of a degree, but really and truly, what are the major benefits of a degree? Why study for that degree is what we want to cover. Then a bit about CTS College. Who is CTS? For many of you, it's probably the first time you're hearing about CTS College. Then we'll have a question and answer segment where I'll take all the questions that you have, try to answer them as best as possible as well. My contact information will be shared with you all so that you could provide it to the students who would like one-on-one feedback, who would like to discuss things on a different level, because I know many of you are in Form 5, Form 6 or so, and you may be coming out of school or secondary school education very soon and looking to get that advice of how to proceed with your tertiary level education as well. So my first question to the students this morning, and it's a lot of questions that I have for you just as you would have for me, is what sort of careers do you think you want to get into? What have you considered that you want to be? The burning question that students are always asked when they are very young. What do you want to be when you grow up? What field do you want to work in? What study do you want to do? So just a question, just to get a couple responses, if you don't mind, anybody. No responses? Nobody knows what they want to be or what sort of career they want to get into?
There is a delay between when you speak and the kids hear it. So we may need to wait about a minute before we get some responses.
Oh, no problem.
Thanks.
Right, so given that is the case, I would just go through the presentation. We could always stop at intervals to be able to take more questions to and from the students as well. So what I want to basically get at is it doesn't matter if you want to get into psychology, whether, and the presenter before, whether you want to get into nursing, whether you want to be a fireman, a policeman, whether you want to be a lawyer, a doctor, whether you want to get into real estate, do business program, any list of the IT degree fields as well, if you want to get into that. It does not matter what you want to get into. The most important thing is some sort of formal study is required in today's environment for you to be able to get ahead or to get into the career that you want to get into. Good.
Mr. Niranjan, may I interject? You are
Sure.
having some responses here.
Right.
The options will be pilot, vet, police, social worker, psychologist, engineer, chef, electrical, or banker.
No problem. So exactly, and all of those careers that you just mentioned, some sort of formal study is required for you to be able to get that job. Burning question, what are some of the benefits of a degree? And many people will say to get a job, to make yourself more marketable. And we'll just go through a list of them. So making yourself more marketable. In today's environment, you must build on your resume to apply for a job. And by having a degree, you make yourself more marketable in the world of work. You learn while you earn. The programs that we have to offer, and we'll get into that, what we have to offer at CTS College, is you can actually learn a lot while you earn. We have recognized that these programs in the current environment is very much practical, where you have to apply what you learn to current situations where you currently work. Also, if you're not working or you don't get a job immediately, when you start doing these programs, how you can apply for a job and how you could continue this program while you are actually working. So you learn while you earn. Job satisfaction, extremely important. By having formal or higher level education, you can now work in the field that you would like to work, rather than if you just had CSEC or CAPE or A-levels as we call it as well. Basically, you can now choose what field you want to get into. You qualify for that promotion within the workplace. We have seen, and we see it more and more, where younger people with qualifications are the one who get promoted within the workplace. It's no longer about having only work experience. They both go hand in hand, yes, but you must have that formal study to be able to qualify for promotion within the workplace. And by having this degree and having this job, you get higher earning jobs. You get to make more money with higher level education than you would have if you had a lower level qualification. And major one for me here is enjoy a higher standard of living. We may not always want to have a Benz or a BMW. We may be satisfied with driving a B14, a B15, which is all fine. But wouldn't you want to be the person that has the option, if you wanted to upgrade your vehicle, that you can? If you wanted to earn your own home, that you can? If you wanted to start a family, if you wanted to support your family, to be able to enjoy a higher standard of living. And of course, what we most want, or the basis of all of this, is an increased level of income. Then, small reality check. If we don't believe in all of those, then there's further things that we could consider. Consider that there are approximately 14,000 students finishing secondary school each year. Who are the employers going to hire first? Even if there are 5,000 new jobs, who are they going to choose? Are they going to choose us if we have CSEC and CAPE only? Or are we going to need some level of higher education to have that advantage in getting the job? And of course, what we discussed before, persons in senior management or senior position within our organization, you would see that they have the relevant qualifications to go with it. Burning questions that I like to ask students all the time. Do you see getting a degree as a course or an investment? And I'm sure that most of you will agree that it is an investment. How much can you earn with a degree in 1 year? And further questions, how much can you earn over a lifetime by having a degree versus not having a degree? So I wouldn't leave the questions for you to answer now because of the delay. So I will carry on with the presentation and we can take questions closer to the end of the presentation as well. So for today's career guidance session, I'm going to use OJT. For those of you who don't know who OJT is, OJT means on-the-job training. It's a government-affiliated program by which they hire you based on your qualification and they pay you based on your qualification as well. And for today's presentation, we are going to concentrate on CSEC and how much money you can make versus a bachelor's degree. Now, I know that we have a couple A-level students as well, but to keep the figures simple, we will compare CSEC figures with the bachelor's degree figure and show you in terms of how much money you can make with a CSEC qualification, which is roughly $3,000 per month, and the bachelor's degree, which is roughly $7,600 per month. So small comparison with the figures. With a CSEC qualification working for $3,000 per month, for 12 months a year, you can earn roughly $36,000 per year. seems as a good enough figure. Yes, we can still live a life, have a family, etc. with this money. However, if we look to the right of screen, we can see with a bachelor's degree at approximately $7,600 per month, we can make over $91,200 per year. Already, without trying to do the calculation, we could recognize by having a bachelor's degree, it's a huge amount more that you would make than if you had a CSEC qualification. So let's do a comparison of if you work for 45 years. And the reason I choose 45 years is we are all young. Let's say we started working at the age of 20 all the way up until retirement age of 65. That's 45 years or so. And by working for $36,000 per month for 45 years, you will earn over your lifetime with a CSEC qualification $1.6 million. And we could all think about what we can do over our lifetime if we had the ability to have 1.6 million. But I would like to show you with a bachelor's degree, which is right, at $91,000 on average per year, at 45 years, you will make over $4 million more. Sorry, $4 million over your lifetime working with a bachelor's degree as compared to only 1.6 million if you had a CSEC qualification. Now, I know many of you may doubt these figures, so if you want to calculate it using your calculator on your computer also, then no problem. The figures don't lie. And if we look at the difference that it makes with a bachelor's degree with over $4 million minus if you stayed at CSEC qualification, that means you will earn roughly $2.5 million more than the person who would have stopped at the CSEC level. So let's just say, imagine you were in school still. You were speaking to your friend today and you were both in CXC. And then 10 to 20 years later, you met. You are the person that did your bachelor's degree and they remained at the CSEC level. Think about how that conversation would go. Who is the person you would rather be in that conversation? Would you rather be the person who would have been working towards getting or earning over $4 million in your lifetime? Or would you rather be the person who, yes, 1.6 million is a lot, but would you rather be in the position of the bachelor's degree person, or would you rather be in the position of the CSEC person? And I know that question is straightforward to many of you. Of course, we all want to earn more. We want that bigger, better, and brighter future. So we are obviously going to want to be the bachelor's degree person. So what do? Enroll now. And what I mean by enroll now, I mean straight out of CSEC, straight out of CAPE, you get into tertiary level education. Too many times we have seen where students wait. They wait for various reasons. And yes, financial capability may be one of them, but there are so many ways that you can work around your financial situation. There are many institutions that offers you things like loans. You could even try getting a job and work while you earn to be able to pay for your degree. But the answer or the first suggestion to you is to start now, enroll now. Don't wait, don't delay your education as well. Good? So any questions, and we'll pause here for a second just to take any questions based on the career guidance before we move into what I like to call a progression chart into some of the programs that we offer at CTS College.
As soon as we start getting some questions, I will let you know.
No problem. Thank you very much. We'll just take about one or two before we move on as well.
Okay, sure. We don't have any as yet.
No problem. Sure. So let's move on to the progression chart. So
okay.
this progression chart shows you a BA degree in business administration degree. And how could you get to that degree, or how could you complete that BA degree in business? So with no formal qualification, meaning if you had CSEC qualification only, then you start at the ABE Level 4 Foundation Diploma. After the ABE Level 4 Foundation Diploma, you move on to the ABE Level 5 diploma. Now, if you did A-levels, you start straight at level 5. Even if you have working experience, you can start at level 5. But for many of you, it's either CSEC, you start at level 4 foundation, or if you have the A-level or CAPE qualification, you start at level 5. Level 4 foundation diploma, you can finish this program in as little as 3 months or 1 semester with just 4 units to complete. And when I say unit, I mean subject. So what you know as subject in school, we like to call them units. So just 4 units to complete at the ABE Foundation Diploma, and you can finish this program in as little as 3 months. If you think that 4 is too much and you want to stretch it, you can do it over 2 semesters and take 6 months long. The level 5. Level 5, there are 6 units to complete, and I would recommend doing it in 6 months or 2 semesters where you do 3 modules at a time. You do 3 in 1 semester, and then you do another 3 units, and you finish the level 5. So far, let's say you take 3 to 4 months at level 4, and then you move on to level 5 and you take 6 months. You are looking at possibly 9 months. You will have 2 qualifications, which is an ABE Level 4 Foundation Diploma, and then you complete the ABE Level 5 Diploma. So in as little as 9 months, and let's say you stretch it out, you take a year. In 1 year time, you are at the Level 5 Diploma, which is equivalent to an associate degree. When you finish the Level 5, that gives you entry into our final year BA degree in Business Administration from the University of Hertfordshire, which is located in the UK. Now, in the UK, there are 4 campuses that offer this final year or this bachelor's degree program where students have to do year 1, year 2, year 3. But for you, you are doing the ABE program, level 4, 3 months, level 5, 6 months. And once you complete level 5, you move on to the final year of the bachelor's degree, and you are completing the same exact degree that students across the UK in these 4 different universities are doing this degree by having this at the comfort of your country, Trinidad and Tobago. So that is excellent news. Good. So we are focusing on this route here from CSEC to your level 4, to your level 5, to your final year of the bachelor's degree, or if you have the A-level qualification, you move on to level 5 before doing the final year of the bachelor's degree. Now, I know some of you have some questions as well, but I just want to complete the next slide and we will take the questions there. Good. So next, very similar like the BA degree in business, we have a BSc in Information Technology. With the BSc in Information Technology, you start a bridging program. When you come out of school, you can go straight into the bridging program. It's 1 unit to complete, and you finish this in as little as 1 semester, which is 4 months long. After you finish that, you move on to year 1 of the degree, where there's just 4 units, and you could finish it over 2 semesters or 8 months time. And the level 5, same thing, 4 units over 2 semesters, 8 months time. And then what we like to call the final year or year 3 or level 6 of the BSc in Information Technology, 4 units over just 2 semesters, which is 8 months long. Now, if we add up that, 8 3 is 24 for each one of the levels, which is year 1, year 2, and year 3. And if you add on 4 months, in just over 2 years' time, you can finish the BSc in Information Technology. And with the first qualification, which is the Business Management Program, you can finish this in as little as 2 years. So whichever one you wanted to choose, whether it be in business or whether it be in IT, you can finish in as little as 2 to 2.5 years. You have a degree that you can now use to apply for jobs within this particular field. Good. So I know that there are some questions, so I'll take your questions before I move on to my next slide.
Okay, sure. So one of the questions surrounds recognition of the degree programs. If someone is trained with your institution in one of these programs, is it recognized worldwide?
Right. So to answer that question, the AB program is offered by 200 colleges, just like CTS College across the world, in over 30 countries currently. So yes, your qualification will be recognized in most countries across the world. Even if the program isn't offered in that country, the program carries something called credits, and it's regulated by Ofqual, which is basically a regulatory body in the UK for education. And for example, we have students who migrate to Canada after study and they use this qualification. And if it's not offered, they do something called an equivalency rating, where the program does equate to either level 4 at diploma level or level 5 an associate degree. With the final year of the BA degree, that program is offered in the Middle East, it's offered in Europe, it's offered in Southeast Asia. So it's offered in many countries across the world. And the program is also offered via distance learning by the university. And in the UK, as I mentioned before, there are 4 campuses. So the answer to that question is yes, it is recognized internationally, these programs that we offer.
Great. Another question is, do you all have programs for marketing?
Yes. So for example, at the ABE level 5 diploma, so the ABE level 4 foundation diploma is purely in business management. But when you move on to the ABE level 5 diploma, you can specialize in HRM, you can specialize in marketing, you can specialize in business management. Then when you move on to the final year of the BA degree, while it might just be a BA degree in business administration, it touches on all aspects of business. And then if you wanted to further specialize, when you move on from a bachelor's degree and you move to a master's degree, which we also offer, there are about 7 or 8 different specializations that you can take up as well. Some of those include HRM, marketing, finance, logistics and supply chain management, and a list of others that we also have, which you can check out on our website, which I will provide to you as well later on in the presentation.
Great. There are some other questions associated with fees in terms of what is the cost of registration as well as the cost of your degree programs.
Right. So the costing varies from program to program, and it varies depending on how long you choose to spread out the program. For example, the ABE Level 4 Foundation Diploma, the foreign fees total for that program is less than £200 in total. The local fees in total is a roughly around 5,000 TT for the entire level 4. For level 5 in the business administration program, local fees and foreign fees can cost you under, I would say, 14,000 in total for all of your fees. The final year degree is around 30,000 or so, or less, depending. Once you are a CTS student, you will get a discount of that as well. So the programs are very affordable because, especially with the ABE program, it's the program itself is offered by what we like to call a non-profit organization, meaning that there are no shareholders to pay at the end of the year. So you would find that that program is one of the most affordable BA programs in Trinidad and Tobago or the Caribbean.
Okay, great. Another question is, what are the requirements for becoming a technician? And another on that would be a software engineer.
Right. So to answer those questions, it depends on which company you apply for. They have different requirements. But in any event, in terms of a BSc in information technology, you get a degree in information technology, but different technical jobs under the IT field may require you to do some sort of other short course to go with it, or some sort of other additional qualification. And that takes me to my next slide. With CTS, we offer a range of IT professional courses. So for example, if you wanted to be a network administrator, you may need a BSc in information technology, but you may also need something called Network Plus. And we offer all of these additional programs because we recognize that students, while studying for a degree, may have a specific type of role or specific type of job that they want to get into to the IT field. And that is really dependent on which company you apply to or which position within that company you want to get into. But the baseline to get those IT technical jobs will be a BSc in information technology first and foremost. Many jobs accept you into their work environment with that. And then if they need you to do something specific, for example, software engineering might require you to do an additional program. Or if you wanted to do things like networking, you may need to do things like Network Plus. If you need to fix a computer, you may need to do things like A+. So that question is really dependent on the company that you are applying for and the specific requirements of that particular technical job as you are asking.
Great. Do you want to continue with the questions?
Yes.
Do you want us
So I will continue with the presentation here because it may answer some of those technical questions as well. So
Okay.
we also have things, for example, if a student really wanted to get into like cybersecurity or engineering, we also have Rochester Certified Cybersecurity Engineering course. What this course is, it's an internationally recognized course. Rochester is basically the certifying body for cybersecurity almost in any country that you go to. And we also have that program offered at CTS. So this is really a case-by-case scenario. We'll have to speak to students one by one first before we advise them specifically what field to get into. We also have a number of business certification courses or professional development courses, and you can see some of them there on the screen. For example, some students may want to get into buying and selling property, which is real estate. We have those foundation courses. We have things like industrial relation, supervisory management, strategic brand management, project management, and a list of other courses that we have. And we also have things for students who want to do DIY, which is do-it-yourself courses. So you may want to get into air conditioning. We have fundamentals in air conditioning, we have fundamentals in plumbing, electrical, etc. So we have all these different programs to help students, if they're not fully sure on a career path, to maybe do one of these short course programs before considering which field you want to get into if you are not sure. Good? So those are the list of the programs that we have to offer at CTS. And of course, I would strongly advise you to go onto our website at ctscollege.com. You could click on the certifications and you will see the number of different courses we have. At CTS College, I'm now going to show you a bit about CTS College so you'll find out a bit more about us. And then why should you study with CTS College? You have so many different options available to you. But what are some of the reasons we believe gives us the edge so that you could study at CTS College? So the first and foremost thing, what we pride ourselves on first is our motto, where the experience is beyond the academics. We really believe that this is not just about academics. It's about molding an individual to be a more holistic person for the work environment, whether it be in business, whether it be in IT or whatever field that you choose as well. CTS College has been in the education industry for over 20 years. We are a private tertiary, secondary, preschool, primary school. So we offer programs from preschool to primary school. We are a full-time secondary school. Pre-COVID, we have students coming to school. We have a uniform, everything like that. So we are a private secondary school as well. We offer diplomas in business, IT, a range of different courses that I would have just discussed, all the way up onto your degree program and even your master's degree program. So those are some of the core things that we have at CTS that gives us a small edge. Also, we have won over 96 ABE World Prizes. So I said before that ABE or the ABE program is offered in over 30 countries currently in over 200 colleges. Students from across the world, whether it be in Malaysia, whether it be in St. Lucia, Jamaica, Trinidad, Guyana, it doesn't matter where. If a student is doing subject A in this current sitting, the student in Malaysia or Trinidad is doing the same exact subject in that same exact sitting. When that student gets the highest mark out of all these colleges for that particular unit or subject, that is considered an ABE World Prize. And CTS College has topped the world 96 times and won 96 ABE World Prizes since around 2009 or so. Good. We would have also won the most amount of world prizes in Trinidad or the Caribbean in the year 2012, 2013, 2014, 2016, 2017. A number of years we would have topped the Caribbean as well. We would have also won 46 academic or university world prizes as well from the University of Hertfordshire, which is the final year of the BA degree program currently. We would have won numerous awards for academic achievements, but something that we like to pride ourselves on is we would have won awards from ACTT, which is the accreditation of Council of Trinidad and Tobago, for student support services. Something that we really like to let students know that we have. We like to support our students through their academic journey. We would have won awards with them as well for excellence in teaching and learning. establishing a quality management system. And those are just some of what we would have won over the years. But student support services, what does that mean? We have a caring and dedicated faculty even outside of the classroom hours. Lecturers give you their email address, contact number. They provide feedback to you, do reviews on your assignments or exams. We have a program manager who is dedicated to your particular program and is available 24/7. You email us, you WhatsApp us, you call us anytime you want in terms of support for the program as well. We have a student resource link that we provide to students. We even have our own student portal where when you register with us, you could go onto the portal, access information, things like that. Tutorial support, feedback forms where you continuously give us feedback in our teaching and learning process so that we create presentation or training sessions for lecturers to continuously develop to satisfy your needs as a student. And of course, the experience. We really believe that it's an atmosphere where we like to call you family. And by just doing this presentation, by you interacting with us, we now ask you to become part of this CTS family that we really, really pride ourselves on. Our aim here is really to develop leaders out of each and every individual that comes through CTS College. It's not just about getting you certified and sending you off into the world of work. And these are just some pictures and some of the activities that we had pre-COVID to show you what we are about. We have a student council, we have a social events committee, we have trips to down the islands to Tobago. You're not allowed to play cards in secondary school at CTS. There's all fours competition, cookout competition. We have free seminars for students as well. We have partnerships with gyms. We even have partnerships with different institutions where you can get discounts, etc. So all of this is really part of our holistic development and trying to get you involved. Of course, some of these activities at the moment is suspended because of the COVID situation, but we have really tried, given the whole online environment, to have more seminars, to have things that you could attend as well. And of course, pre-COVID, our facilities were typically available 24/7. What that means is around exam time, if students don't have internet at home, they could come into the school. They can stay overnight as well in terms of dedicated areas within the school. The classrooms are fully air conditioned, and pre-COVID, free tea, coffee, etc. is available throughout the school free of charge as well. And those are just some of the things that we are about at CTS. So just to recap on what we would have done in this short presentation is we did a career guidance session. We discussed why it is important to have a degree. We touched on how much money you can make more by having a degree versus not having a degree. We would have given you what tertiary level programs we have in terms of getting a degree and the different areas that you could excel in or take up in terms of professional development, IT certification courses, business certification courses, and even things that we call DIY courses. And we would have covered about CTS College, what we would have achieved as a school, what we offer as a school as well, and the benefit to come into school by us, and what we have in terms of student support services, and how we basically give you as much as we can in terms of guidance to get to your degree, get it done, get a job, and have a successful career as you move forward. So in closing, I would just like to say at CTS, we're really not just about providing you with an education. We see it more than that. We really want to provide you with a bigger, better, and brighter future. And we want to say the roadmap to success is about teamwork. It's about having an idea, putting a plan in place. And where do you start? You start now. You start here where you're currently at. You're doing secondary school, you finish strongly, and you move on to tertiary level education. And my personal advice is don't believe that you cannot achieve something. With hard work, any big dream is possible. There's no limit to what you can achieve, and you can achieve that from today. You don't have to wait. Good? So that is basically my presentation to you today. Sorry if it sounded a bit rushed. It's really meant to be more interactive with you, but because I know that so many of you are in this session, it needed to be forwarded to you rather than directly interact with me. So now, Miss, I will take all the questions that we have from students and try to answer them as best as possible.
Great. Thank you so very much for a very informative presentation. And some of our students have indicated that your presentation was very informative and they enjoyed your presentation as well. One of the questions that came would have been regarding options for living on campus, which you already answered here. Do you want to reemphasize that point in terms of accommodation?
We don't have living on campus. We have where the facilities available 24/7. So you have students who sometimes want to overnight in terms of study groups and stuff like that. We have those things in place. It's not really a living arrangement or so.
Okay, great. Thanks for clarifying that. The next question is, how many students do you all accept each semester?
Right. So currently, we don't have a limit in terms of how much we accept because classes are online. So that has really leveled in terms of how much persons we can accept. However, if we do have too many students in a particular class, what we do is we duplicate our offerings of the program. We have never really had an issue where we had to stop the number of enrollments for any given program in any given semester. We do have the technology and infrastructure in place to facilitate additional classes if we needed to, or additional offerings within the same semester.
Okay, great. Another question is regarding funding. Actually, two regarding funding. One is, are the degrees gate funded? And the other is, do you all offer scholarships?
Right. So the programs that we offer is what we call transnational programs, which simply means that the program is awarded by an institution outside of Trinidad and Tobago. The programs were previously gate funded up until 2017, where the government changed that only programs that are locally developed and offered are under the GATE Act or will be gate funded. And again, that has changed tremendously recently, where certain programs are partially gate funded or no longer gate funded as well. So the programs that we have to offer in terms of tertiary level are not currently gate funded.
All right. The next question is, what is the difference between the degrees and which one would you have a higher chance of getting a job?
Right. So you have a higher chance of getting a job once you have a degree. Which one is basically reliant on which course of study or which direction of study you want to go into. From our experience, we have seen the both programs or both degrees very successful in terms of persons getting hired and getting jobs. So I would say we always see the need for information technology persons as well in different areas of IT. But in terms of business, there are so many more businesses that look for people to work within their organization. And by having a business degree, it's very wide in terms of which area of study you can get into as well. In terms of HR, marketing, all of that falls under business. Additionally, if you're looking to open your own business, a business degree will help you tremendously as well. So I wouldn't say that one is over the other. It's really a matter of choice.
All right, excellent. Another question surrounding that same thing is, can you explain the difference in terms of the different levels of degree, like an associate's degree and a bachelor's degree?
Right. So when you finish secondary school, in Trinidad, we're more familiar with a certificate, diploma, advanced diploma, and then a bachelor's degree. So really and truly, an associate degree is the level before your bachelor's degree, and a diploma is the level between your secondary school education and your associate degree. So it's about stepping up. So just as you go from preschool to primary school to secondary school in Form 1, Form 2, Form 3, Form 4, then you go to Form 6. It's basically moving forward from that into your diploma, advanced diploma / associate degree, bachelor's degree. Then when you finish your bachelor's degree, you could go on to a master's degree. And after your master's degree, you would probably hear persons have PhDs or doctorates. So that is basically stepping from one level to the next. That is simply what it is.
Excellent. Another question is specific to your program. If you don't have A levels, would you be able to get into level 5?
If you don't have A levels, you start at level 4 or the foundation level, which is just 3 months in the business aspect, and in the IT aspect, it's just 4 months. So it's not a huge difference in terms of how long it takes you to move from one level to the next. So I don't see it as you being at any disadvantage. I know many of you are in A levels at the moment, and this is not to put down what you're currently doing, but honestly speaking, if you wanted to do our business degree or our IT degree, you can, and it's recommended that you do so straight out of CSEC.
Excellent. I just want to let you know that some of the comments are that your presentation was excellent. You did a great job. Some kids are motivated to applying with you for some courses. And one of the questions coming out of that is, what is the cost associated with the ABE program?
Right. So with the ABE program, the level 4, so because these programs are from the UK, you are always going to have 2 sets of fees. You are going to have what we call foreign fees, and I'm sure many students would have heard their older siblings or cousins, etc., paying foreign fees as well. So these programs are like that as well. So with the ABE program at the level 4 foundation diploma, your foreign fee total is around 200 to 225 pounds or so, which is roughly around 2,000 to 2,200 TT, if you're looking at comparing it, how much TT it will cost you. And your CTS fees, which we like to call your local fees, is no more than around somewhere between 4,500 to 5,000 for the entire level 4 foundation. So if you're looking at level 4, you're looking at around roughly 7,000 or so. If you're looking at level 5, you're looking at around 13,000 or so total for the levels.
Thank you very much for sharing. I want to spend about 2 more minutes to complete some of the questions that I have so that we can move into the next session.
Sure.
All right. Another is, do you all offer campus tours?
Campus tours in terms of you coming in and seeing the school, etc. It is not a problem. However, at this time, given the current situation with COVID, that is not possible. But once things have normalized, we will be more than willing to do so.
Thank you. Another question is surrounding having your own business. One would have been, if you didn't do any of the business type programs, can you open your own business? And of that as well is, how can a business degree help you with a business?
Right. So first part of the question, anyone can really open a business. To be honest with you, if you have an idea, you have the correct amount of funding, you can open a business. And you can be successful without having formal education. We have seen it. I've seen persons do that and do it successfully. But by having a business degree, it helps you to understand the environment or running a business better. And it gives you that edge over somebody who does not know in terms of which aspects of your business you should concentrate on, which aspects of for example, if you had a business and you had no knowledge in marketing, how do you now move from not having that formal education to knowing how to market your business? It helps you to save money as well, depending on the business that you open, by knowing to do things on your own. So if you have a business, yes, you may be able to hire somebody to do your marketing, but then you'll have to also hire somebody to do your HR. And depends on when your business grows or how fast it grows, how do you do that without having a formal study or formal education? And then with certain businesses, you may be more inclined to go to that business if you know that person had the qualification to run that particular business as well. So to answer the questions, no, you don't have to, but it gives you the advantage, it gives you a better opportunity, and it gives you the edge over your competitors as well, if you have that formal qualification and the know-how of how to do things a particular way.
Thank you. Our last question is, can you do a double major at CTS, such as accounting and business?
Right.
I think that would have just been an example.
Yes. So we don't have a specific accounting qualification, but we do have a business qualification. Students asking in terms of double major, if you wanted to do 2 separate degrees at a time, yes, you can. My advice is always go with something that you would really want to do. First, get that done, get your foot within the door, get your business going, or get your employment going. And as you go along, you can either move to a master's degree. So there's no reason for you to do. So for example, let's say you did an IT degree, for example, and I'll give you a perfect example. My first degree is in information technology from the University of Hertfordshire, which is what we currently have as a BA degree at CTS. So I did my first degree in IT and I started to work at CTS College. And eventually I moved on to the role in terms of more business oriented, which is a program manager position. And I decided, look, I needed to change my level of study in terms of what I did. So I did IT, but I'm really working more in business. So I wanted to go into the business field now. So what I did is I did not go and do a business degree. What I did is I went along and did a master's degree in business. So there's no need to go sideways, meaning if you did an IT degree and you wanted to change fields, do a business degree now. No, if you already have a bachelor's degree and you wanted to change or you wanted to go in a different direction, then the option is to go on to a master's degree and specialize in that field that you would like to do.
Well, Mr. Niranjan, thank you so very much for a very informative presentation. And I can reiterate again from the comments that we are receiving, the children are very much inspired, and I'm almost certain you will get some questions or applications from us
No
today.
problem.
So,
Most definitely. And what I would like to let the students know as well is we do have specials from time to time to get you or to help students with their degree. The AB program is very already low cost. In terms of BA degrees in the Caribbean, we are probably the lowest cost BA internationally certified degree that we have. And with that in mind, for students who are finishing school and would like to start in the September semester, we do have an information session similar to this one that is coming up. We have one every month. And once you attend that session and you sign up following that session, you will get at level 4, $200 off each unit of your tuition. And at level 5, you will get $300 off each unit at your tuition, which means that you can save roughly on the AB program alone, $2,600 if you total it. And at the BA degree level, you will get $4,000 off your tuition. So you are looking somewhere around $6,600 to $7,000 off already discounted prices. So that's just some inside information that I'm giving you all today. So check out the website.
Do you have a minute or two again? We actually do have about 2 more questions.
That's
if you're
fine.
willing
That's
to
fine.
answer. Okay. Do you have to be a certain age to join CTS?
No, there's no required age limit that we say that we can accept you or not. However, I will always advise students, first and foremost, especially these young individuals, to ensure that you finish your secondary school education, whether it be at the CSEC level, and for those of you in A levels, to complete that as well, because it's a very important foundation for you. But there's no limit to your age in terms of accepting you to start the programs.
Great, thanks. And the other question is, what are some of the jobs that persons can get into with training and qualifications from your institution based on the degree programs or other programs that they may graduate with?
Right. So the list could go on and on. So for example, you can be an administrative assistant, you can be assistant manager, you could be a manager with most of the business management qualification. With your IT qualification, you could be IT technician, IT support staff. There's so many names that we could put out there that these qualifications could get you into as well. But as I would have mentioned before in one of the earlier questions, it is really dependent on the requirement of that particular job. Something that students may also want to consider is you would always see job ads out. You know, go through some of these ads, see if that is a company that you would like to get into. If you go to CaribbeanJobs.com and you search different jobs, you will see the qualifications that they require as well for the different positions. So to answer your question, there are so many. For example, we have students who do smartphone and tablet repair and they have their own business. Now, we have students who wanted to get into real estate, so they did the course buying and selling before they actually hooked up with any real estate agency. So the number of courses that we offer And one more example is we do A+, which is basically fixing computers. So the list goes on and on in terms of the number of different jobs you can look for depending on the qualification that you do.
Excellent. Thank you so very much for sharing. Would you be willing to answer just one more? This one is related
not a problem.
to meteorology coupled with IT. My career is to be a meteorologist, and I would like to do IT.
Right. So
what level of training
in terms
would you
of
recommend?
Yeah, in terms of meteorology, we don't offer anything specific currently in that particular field, but my suggestion is do your research, and if you really want to get into that, align yourself with that particular qualification, and you can always, if you require any sort of IT certification courses to go with it, we have those to do as well. So you may not choose us as the first option to get your degree, but we do have over 40 short course programs that will assist you in that particular qualification that you could have on the side while you're doing a different degree.
Oh, Mr. Niranjan, I'm not sure if you would have showed this already, but a student is asking where is CTS located?
Right, so CTS College is located in Montrose Main Road in Chaguanas.
Great, thank you so very much. At this point, if there are no further questions, I will bring the session to an end. Again, thank you so very much for sharing with us. Would you be able to share your contact? I just got another question. Can you please share your contact with us?
No problem. So I could share my information on the chat with you and you could pass it along to the students.
Okay, great. Or we do have the chat here that you can share it as well. I think you do have the option of inputting onto the chat.
I'll do that now.
No? Okay. If not, yeah, share it with us.
Okay. It's sending it to you now, right? You should have gotten it there.
Great. Thank you so very much. It's there. Yes. Again, thank you very much for joining us. It was greatly appreciated, and I'm sure our students benefited immensely from your presentation this morning.
Not a problem. On behalf of CTS College, we would like to close off by just saying thank you to the students for making yourselves available. But we would also like to send a special thank you to the administration team, which is yourself and all your colleagues, for putting something like this together. It's extremely important that our students or younger people are very well educated in terms of the number of options available to you. There are so many options sometimes that it can sometimes be confusing. My advice that I want to leave with the students today is make sure that you use your time wisely currently. It's extremely important that you are very young right now and that you make correct decisions to save yourself time, effort, and money moving forward in your careers. In my time, or when I was younger, not that I'm not young anymore, but there were not as many options available in terms of education. And even if the options are available, we are not sometimes aware of the different options. So that is what I would especially like to thank the administration for giving us this opportunity for. It may not be that you do a program with CTS College. It may well be that you do one with the other institutions, and that is fine. The most important thing for the student is that you do something that you really want to do, and at the same time, do something that will help you propel yourself into getting a degree or a higher level qualification that will help you become more marketable and help you to become more educated so you could perform a job that you like doing whilst making enough money to have a very successful life.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Niranjan. And
Sure.
On behalf of our team, thank you for your kind comments.
No problem. It was a pleasure. Thank you very much. And take care, everybody, and stay safe.
You're welcome. You too. Students, at this point, thank you. Students, at this point, there is another room, which is room D, where Form 4s to 6s can access other bits of sessions. So you actually have a greater option. All right. So those of you who would like to view the different options, you can exit this room, all right, into the registration area that you came in this morning, and you will see the other options that are available to you. If it is that you choose to come back into room C, you can do so, but view your other options, and in about 5 minutes, we should get started again. In the meantime, enjoy the presentation that is on for you. Thank you.
I found that nothing in life is worthwhile unless you take risks. Nothing. Nelson Mandela said, "There is no passion to be found playing small and settling for a life that's less than the one you're capable of living." Now, I'm sure in your experiences in school and applying to college and picking your major and deciding what you want to do with life, I'm sure people have told you to make sure you have something to fall back on. Make sure you got something to fall back on, honey. But I never understood that concept, having something to fall back on. If I'm going to fall, I don't want to fall back on anything. I want to fall forward. I figure at least this way I'll see what I'm going to hit. Without consistency, you'll never finish. So do what you feel passionate about. Take chances. Don't be afraid to fail. There's an old IQ test, was 9 dots, and you had to draw 5 lines with a pencil within these 9 dots without lifting the pencil. The only way to do it was to go outside the box. Don't be afraid to think outside the box. Don't be afraid to fail big, to dream big. But remember, dreams without goals are just dreams. Reggie Jackson struck out 2,600 times in his career, the most in the history of baseball. But you don't hear about the strikeouts. People remember the home runs. Fall forward. Thomas Edison conducted 1,000 failed experiments. Did you know that? I didn't know that. Because the 1,001st was the light bulb. Fall forward. Every failed experiment is one step closer to success. You've got to take risks, and I'm sure you've probably heard that before, but I want to talk to you about why that's so important. You will fail at some point in your life. Accept it. You will lose. You will embarrass yourself. You will suck at something. There's no doubt about it. And I know that's probably not a traditional message for a graduation ceremony, but hey, I'm telling you, embrace it, because it's inevitable. In the acting business, you fail all the time. Early on in my career, I auditioned for a part in a Broadway musical. Perfect role for me, I thought, except for the fact that I can't sing. I didn't get the job. But here's the thing. I didn't quit. I didn't fall back. I walked out of there to prepare for the next audition, and the next audition, and the next audition. I prayed. I prayed. And I prayed. But I continued to fail, and fail, and fail. But it didn't matter, because you know what? There's an old saying, you hang around the barbershop long enough, sooner or later you're gonna get a haircut. So you will catch a break, and I did catch a break. Last year, I did a play called Fences on Broadway. But here's the kicker. It was at the Court Theater. It was at the same theater that I failed that first audition 30 years prior. The point is, every graduate here today has the training and the talent to succeed. But do you have the guts to fail? If you don't fail, you're not even trying. I'll say it again. If you don't fail, you're not even trying. To get something you never had, you have to do something you never did. So imagine you're on your deathbed, and standing around your deathbed are the ghosts representing your unfulfilled potential. The ghost of the ideas you never acted on. The ghost of the talents you didn't use. And they're standing around your bed, angry, disappointed, and upset. They say, we came to you because you could have brought us to life, they say. And now we have to go to the grave together. So I ask you today, how many ghosts are going to be around your bed when your time comes? I just got back from South Africa. It's a beautiful country, but there are places there with terrible poverty that need help. Africa is just the tip of the iceberg. The Middle East needs your help. Japan needs your help. Alabama needs your help. Tennessee needs your help. Louisiana needs your help. Philadelphia needs your help. The world needs a lot, and we need it from you. We really do. We need it from you young people. I mean, I'm not speaking for the rest of us up here, but I know I'm getting a little grayer. We need it from you, the young people, because remember this. You got to get out there. You got to give it everything you got, whether it's your time, your talent, your prayers, or your treasures. What are you going to do with what you have? I'm not talking about how much you have. Some of you are business majors, some of you are theologians, nurses, sociologists. Some of you have money, some of you have patience, some of you have kindness, some of you have love. Some of you have the gift of long suffering, whatever it is, whatever your gift is. What are you going to do with what you have? All right, now here's my last point about failure. Sometimes it's the best way to figure out where you're going. Your life will never be a straight path. I began at Fordham University as a pre-med student. I took a course called cardiac morphogenesis. I couldn't read it, I couldn't say it, I sure couldn't pass it. So then I decided to go into pre-law, then journalism. And with no academic focus, my grades took off in their own direction. I was a 1.8 GPA. And the university very politely suggested that it might be better to take some time off. I was 20 years old. I was at my lowest point. And then one day, and I remember the exact day, March 27th, 1975, I was helping my mother in her beauty shop. My mother owned a beauty shop up in Mount Vernon. And there was this older woman who was considered one of the elders in the town. And I didn't know her personally, but I was looking in the mirror, and every time I looked at the mirror, I could see her behind me, and she was staring at me. She just kept looking at me. Every time I looked at her, she kept giving me these strange looks. So she finally took the dryer off her head and she said something I'll never forget. She said, "Young boy, I have a prophecy, a spiritual prophecy." She said, "You are going to travel the world and speak to millions of people." And in the years that followed, just as that woman prophesied, I have traveled the world and I have spoken to millions of people through my movies. Millions who up till this day couldn't see me, who up till this day I couldn't see while I was talking to them, and they couldn't see me, they could only see the movie. They couldn't see the real me. But I see you today. And I'm encouraged by what I see. And I'm strengthened by what I see. Because taking risk is not just about going for a job. It's also about knowing what you know and what you don't know. It's about being open to people and to ideas. As you take, the people you meet, the people you love, the faith that you have, that's what's going to define you. Never be discouraged. Never hold back. Give everything you got. And when you fall throughout life, remember this: fall forward.
Good afternoon again, students. Welcome to room C. Right, for those of you who have switched over, at room C, you should be between the form levels of 4 to 6. All right, welcome. My name is Ms. Ramkisoon. I'm your moderator for this session. And we do have a team of wonderful technical persons supporting. At this session, we have our next presenter, who is Mr. Ren McDaniel. He is a member of Serval. Mr. Daniel, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Good afternoon, welcome.
Yes, thanks for having us. Thanks for having Serval at your virtual career fair.
You're most welcome. How are you this afternoon?
We are fine. I'm fine. In spite of the weather, I'm doing quite well.
I'm glad to hear that. Are you ready for us?
Yes, yes, I am.
Okay, great. I will leave the forum to you then.
Yes. Good afternoon, students. Pleased to be with you here this afternoon. My name is Mr. Ren McDaniel. I'm the Public Relations Officer attached to Serval. And we have some really exciting information to share with you. I don't know how much of you know about Serval, but we are well known. We have been in existence for 50 years. In fact, this year we are celebrating 50 years of dedicated service throughout Trinidad and Tobago. And we want to encourage you all, in spite of the pandemic, in spite of what's happening, that life goes on. And therefore, you have a career to achieve things that you want to accomplish. And I want us, before I begin my presentation, just I want you to listen very carefully, because one of the things that you're going to be doing is making a choice, a career choice that will affect you for the rest of your life. And you have to realize where you are at now and where you want to be probably in the future. Let's say the next 5 years, next 10 years, but let's say the next 5 years, because many of you here will be exiting school soon, and the job market out there has shrunk. It has become much smaller, and you may start saying, well, what's the use? Well, life, as I said, goes on all over the world, and we expect that when things do get back to some semblance of normalcy, that you are going to be in the mix. Okay, you are going to get what you have worked for. So I'm wishing you all the success up front. So Serval is an NGO, a non-governmental organization, and we provide more than just technical training to individuals throughout the country. We're involved in a number of areas. Early childhood care and education, for example. We have hospitality, we have advanced training, and we have our life skill, what we call the adolescent development program, our junior life programs that we have as well. And we also do but we have our RTRC training, Regional Training and Resource Center, where we train teachers to interact and to be teachers for the ECC centers throughout Trinidad and Tobago. So with that being said, I want to start, as you all are Form 4s, Form 5s, you all will be just now wearing the clothes that takes you to the job market. So when you come to Servo, let me just explain to you. The process is very simple. Registration is very simple. We accommodate a student between the age of 16 to 23 years, and many of you will be between that bracket. And you start off with the Launchpad program, which is our adolescent development program. Now, I have some slides to show you, but I want to take you through verbally, and then throw out some questions and answers and so on that you answer some questions that you only have in your mind. So you start off with the adolescent development program, and that program is basically for one term. It's for 3 months. What that program is about, that program, some people call it life skill, we call it our ADP program, adolescent development program. So it's to develop you holistically to meet the challenges that we have every day in life. So for example, let me take out one particular area that you're gonna do, and that is called where you cook, but you do that for the income that you may have.
Have a little
So
bit
we
of
call it
technical.
survival cooking. So that survival cooking teaches you, for example, to use what you have to make a meal. And look at now, KFC closed, Royal Castle closed, Mario's closed, fast food across Trinity Bay closed. So what do you have in your cupboard? That is what we are going to be using to make a meal. So you see how good this life skill coming out at this time in our lives. So Servo trainees, past Servo trainees, they are adapting well because they have been there and done that. So now that we are faced with this pandemic, the life skill that was taught to them before, they can put it into practice now. So no KFC, no Mario. So you have rice and peas and survival cooking. Today you make rice and peas. Tomorrow you have the same thing. Well, you make rice and peas tomorrow. Okay, the following day put the rice at the side of the peas. Next day put the rice on top of the peas on top of the rice, but you have a meal every single day. Okay, so we don't know how this pandemic is going to lead us to, and how we are adjusting it as we go along day by day. And we also have our spirituality. To connect you with God, there is a God. We do not teach religion, but there is a spirituality aspect to our lives and to connect with our God. So whether you're Muslim, Hindu, Christian, Baptist, Buddhist, all are welcome to participate in this spirituality program. Okay, we also have our rapport session, which is the first thing that is done in the morning. So topics are presented to you, which you can relate to. And we also have, excuse me, we also have our art and craft, social studies, English language, basic level, okay? And it exposes you to all areas of life, okay? So when you leave the program, you have left well-rounded. You are not examined in the ADP. You then, as you complete it, you move into your skill program. And our skill programs are endless, they are tremendous. And let me tell you something. Many of the students, when they complete our skill program, are employed directly where we send them for job training. So a skill program will basically take you around 9 months. And in that 9 months, that duration, you are going to be going from term 1, which you are junior, term 2, you are intermediate, and term 3, you are a senior. So people may ask the question, well, at the end of it, do I get certification? Yes, you do. Who gives you the certification? Well, you do an exam, and the ministry gives you your certification. So you get your certificate, okay? Level 1 from the ministry, NEC, National Examination Council, level 1. So your contact hours is 1,500 contact hours that you must provide, that you must do. So in that 1,500 hours, we expect you to meet the job or the industry specification and beyond. In fact, even though you do a level 1 exam, our 1,500 contact hours actually go on to a level 2, but you examine only at the level 1. Okay, that is what we require you to do. Pass that exam, which you do, you get a certification from the government, from the Ministry of Education, NEC, National Examination Council, and of course, your certificate is well recognized throughout the Caribbean, throughout Trinidad and Tobago and throughout the Caribbean. So it's not to say that you're just coming to Servo and you're just hanging around and it's a life center and you're chilling out. No, it's not like that. It's life at the center. So you're exposed to many different things at the Life Center. Okay, we have counseling sessions. So sometimes we have students, we may identify students who may be having some sort of challenge in their life, and you can talk to the counselors, trained counselors, who can help you and guide you along that area. You know, Serval is a place where we really don't tell a student to go home or to expel or suspend. It takes us to be something really drastic for us to reach that stage. So we work with you as much as possible. And of course, we expect that you follow the rules and so on and the discipline that goes on in the Life Center. So what are some of the skills? Well, let me just tell you some of the skills, and you may be really intrigued. We have a lot of skills. We have from the service sector, we have air conditioning refrigeration, auto mechanics up to advanced. We have straightening and painting, and Serval is the only institution in Trinidad and Tobago and throughout the Caribbean that trains auto body, people in the auto body area. Okay, so people called straighteners and painters, auto body mechanics. We are the only organization, training institution that really provides that type of training. Some of you might be interested in welding. Well, we have the welding. And attached to the welding, there are other certification that you may get from beside the Ministry of Education. You can get other, for example, we have WellFab. Now, WellFab, we know it's a established institution. And when you get a certificate from WellFab as well, together with the Serval certificate and the Ministry and the NEC certificate, you are well established because WellFab has an industry standard. So if any employer see that you have a WellFab certificate, they want to take you right away. Our electrical installation, I said, goes right up from basic to advanced, and at the end of it, you can do your wireman's license. Of course, you must be 21 years and have 2 years experience in industry before you write the TNTech license to get your license to become a licensed electrician. We have plumbing, okay? We have beauty culture. And again, within beauty culture, for example, you get another certificate from SASHA. And once you get a SASHA certificate attached to your other 2 certificates, again, you are well on your way to opening your own establishment, as well as to working in various areas, providers for your service. And we have the hospitality. So I was just listening to something from the Ministry of Tourism on another Zoom, and Serval was mentioned that we do provide that area. Okay, so you go to the Hilton Hotel, you're trained at Hilton, you're trained at some of the best hotels in Trinidad and Tobago. In that area, children in these in the hospitality, they work all over. Some on cruise ship. Okay, so besides, well, we know the cruise ship industry is down at the moment, but soon we're hoping that it will be back up as we get out of the COVID situation. We also do child care for those who love that area of taking care of babies and so on. We have our high-tech areas in which we do computers, computer repairs, the computer graphics, and also television production. So you are trained to use the camera. For those of you who may want to be, want to go and work in TV6 and TTT and those areas and those, established radio station, we do that as well as sound engineering. So some of you may be aspiring DJs, and you want to learn how to do the turntable and do the mixing and those sort of things. So we also provide training in that area. Okay. Then we have, as I said, we have our ECC training department, which train teachers to teach children in those areas. Okay. So you can also get into that area. All right. We have garment construction as well. So those of you who want to get into the fashion industry, we have that. We have garment construction that you can get into. All right. And we have the food preparation. The food preparation will be the launch pad if you want to go on to do hospitality. Because hospitality, you have to be 18 years and over because of the alcohol part of it. You have to be an adult, okay, to serve alcohol, and for us to show you the mixology, all of that you're learning, mixology. You want to work in the hotel industry, okay? So those are some of the areas, vast areas that you're exposed to that you can do in Serval. There is also masonry, which is part of the construction industry. So after you have completed your second term in civil, and I hope that I want to really get this thing. When you reach your second term, you are sent on job training for a period of 6 weeks. So your job training will be at an established institution. We don't send students to any place that is not certified or treat students a particular way that you're not doing what you're supposed to be doing, that you're supposed to be exposed to. Okay, so those areas are well looked after and well, investigated before any training is sent to those institutions for further training. At the end of it, your training, you come back to Serval for your last term and you write your NEC examination together with the other examination that I told you, for example, your WELFAB or your SASHA or your advanced electrical installation. So many times during when we have sent students to these establishments, 99% of the time, students are kept on. So let me give you a classic example. We had a student who at the MOVA Regional Life Center, which he was doing straightening and painting, auto body mechanic, and during the send him on job training, we sent him at well-established auto body repair garage. Okay, and they started him off basic with $100 a day, and today he is making something close to $10,000 a month. And we're talking about 3 years ago, and he worked his way up the ladder. And this was a young man who was unstable. He was trying to find his way, and he eventually settled. And we say, okay, let's move him on. We can move him on. He can do this. And he today is an established auto body technician, working for one of the biggest in industry, one of the biggest car care center in Trinidad. Okay, I wouldn't call the name of the car care place or the auto body shop that he's in at the moment. But I just want you to know these are some of the success stories. If you will listen to the news and you see Miss Alicia Boucher, for example, she was a past student at Serval. Miss Boucher now is a senior TV presenter at TV6. Okay, we have many times I go on television sets and go to industries and I see students and they say, I was a student at Serval. I did the television production. I did this course at Serval. Anywhere you go, there's a Serval training, and we have institutions in throughout Trinidad that are actually begging us for skilled students every single day. But here's the problem: we just don't have enough to supply the market with. They come to us and say, Mr. Daniel, we want 10 of the auto body technician trainees. I tell them we just don't have. They're just at the junior stage. We don't have enough. And every day they're coming, because we want training people in industry. We have people who air condition refrigeration for all the skills, and they are interested, they want students. We just don't have enough for the market. So this is where you can come in now. You want to fill that void because technical vocation skills are the best way to go. We have a lot of people now losing their job, but if you notice people in the construction industry, people who are auto mechanics, they still are operating. They still have the garages, their private garages and so on. And because we have over, how many cars do we have in Trinidad? Over 700,000 vehicles. That's a lot of vehicles. Somebody has to fix it. You build a house, someone has to do the plumbing. Someone has to do the electrical installation. And you find that students, when they're finished and they graduate and they get their practicals when they go out to job training, you find that sometimes this pass and they say, so how are you going? You're fine. And in a nice big, vehicle and so on. And you feel proud, you feel established. Okay, you feel a sense of profound gratification that this is a product of a student who may have been on the borderline, and there wasn't any hope, but they came to Serval, did the ADP, did their skill, and now there is hope for them. So we have 3 intakes every year, to come in Serval. We have the September term, we have the January term, and we have the June term. So we've taken students, the May term, we've taken students every term. You can come in and you can register. You can go on our website, www.servoltt.com. You can speak to your guidance counselor at the school, and they can give you more information, because we are in the process of doing some digital flyers and so on to send to the schools as well. So most of those guidance officers are well aware of Servol and the process in getting you from where you are to us. Okay, as I said, we 16 to 23 years, male, female, simple registration. We just need your ID card, your birth certificate, and 2 passport size pictures. We have centers ranging from Diego Martin. We have at the Betham Life Center. We have El Socorro. We have Barataria. We have Arriba. And if you're going we have in Grandy. And if you go down to South and Central, we have in Chabonas. There is also in La Romaine. And we have as far as Point Forte if you want to get into the skills area. Okay, we have 2 hospitality centers. We have one in Port of Spain, and we have one down in La Romaine. Okay, and then we have 2 high-tech centers, one in La Romaine as well, one in Barataria. So you can contact us at any one of the numbers when you go on the website. You can see the numbers, and you can contact them and do your registration. We want to encourage you to do it as soon as possible, because we'll be taking in students in September. Again, as I said, and the next intake will be in January. The next intake will be in next year, May. Okay, so don't think that you're coming to Servol and it's just an organization where you sit and you don't do much. You do a lot. You do a lot, and you become excited, because I mean, you're doing physical education, you're doing other life skill areas, such as I said, your survival cooking, your art and craft, okay? Your core areas in spirituality, your core area in parenting that you also do. Okay, we don't teach you to become a parent, but when you do become a parent, what are the areas? What it is that you will, you have to do. So these are some of the critical areas that we continue to look at. And so we encourage you to don't think as Servol as a last chance, or think of us as an area where no one is coming. We have trained over 200,000 students since we have been in existence from 1970 to 2021 and counting throughout Trinidad and Tobago. Our programs have been established not just in Trinidad and Tobago, but our Servol programs have been established, for example, in Ireland, as far as Jamaica, and some parts in Africa as well. South Africa and a lot of other countries throughout the world have the adapted EDP. We were once in the secondary schools, but due to budget constraints by the government, we could have no longer continued in the secondary schools. But we still have our life centers throughout Trinidad and Tobago. As I said, we have the junior life programs will not be, I wouldn't really delve into it much. That's for students who have scored less than 30% in the SEA. But I was, since you're Form 4s and up, that you will be able to get into the program as soon as you reach 16 years of age. So I hope I have covered everything, and I think I did cover everything. And if anyone has any question to ask, you can feel free to ask your question at this point in time.
Mr. Daniel, so far we have received a lot of positive comments on your presentation. So allow me to read a few of them. I'm interested in establishing my own business, so this sounds really good. They are enjoying your presentation, and I know you shared some information on your location, but would you be able to re-emphasize for us, please?
Sure. For more information, you can go to our website, www.servoltt.com. And when you go to the website, there is the registration form online, so you can register online. You will see the center that is closest to you that you can do your program. And as soon as you register, you will receive a call from the center telling you the date and the time to come in to do your registration. Okay. We have asset centers throughout the country, but to go to the website, if you go to the website now, www.servoltt.com, you will find all the information I just gave you, together with all of the phone numbers and the location of where you can register.
Okay, I'm awaiting further feedback on some of the questions. One is, what subjects do you need to access training at Serval?
Thank you very much. You do not need any formal qualification. All you need is the right attitude to come to learn. And as I said, it's 16 to 23. So you do not need any CXC. You do not need any O-levels, you don't need any A-levels. All you just need is to be at the age of 16, and our cutoff age is 23. So any way around and through, between that, you are free to come in. There is no formal qualification. And there is no formal assessment either for when you come in.
All right, thank you so very much for sharing. At this point, we do not have any additional questions. Is there any message that you would like to leave with the kids?
Don't give up. Never give up. And never let anyone tell you that you can't. Can't is a man that never tried. I want to encourage you to pursue your dreams. And sometimes we pursue other people's dreams, our parents' dreams. But what it is you want to do? What's your love? Do what you love and the rewards will come. It will come. Just continue. Don't get depressed. Don't give up. Never, ever, ever give up. All of us in this world, from the presenter this morning, myself, to the facilitator, we had our challenges. We still have challenges, but we never, ever give up. So don't ever give up.
Thank you. Another question is, how far can one go with the electrical courses in terms of academic progression, in terms of employment opportunities?
So you start off with the first level, the level 1 program, which goes for, the duration of that is 9 months. During that, you do the NEC level 1 examination, as well as you do your the advance within that year. That particular advanced program is ready for students who have excelled. So you're given an entire house to wire, or you may be given a room to wire. Put in your meters, run your electrical wires, and so on, and someone from TNTech will be there to watch you to see if it is that you have met the standards and so on. When you're finished with that level, then you sign up to go to our La Romaine Center, which do the level 2. And when you finish that level 2, again for another 9 months or so, you can work as an electrician, and you can write, when you reach the age of 21, write the wireman's license, the TNTech wireman's license. And for those of you who hear about, you normally hear about being a licensed wireman, then that part, that level 2, takes you to that, where you have to work 2 years in the industry, be 21 years, and then write the TNTech wireman's license. And that is how we become more certified in that area of electrical installation.
Okay. The next question is, you mentioned computer graphics. What kind of computer graphics is it?
Okay, so you do...
In terms of the training.
In terms of the training? Yeah. So we have the basic...
and the type of...
So we start off with the level 1 and the basic type of graphics. So the Photoshop, the Adobe, and the new type of software that they're using. We have it at the Barataria High Tech Center, as well as down at Point Forte. Down at Point Forte, we have an excellent program down there that teaches you to develop just more than graphics, but to get into developing websites and so on. Okay, it's a really in-depth program. At the Barataria Center, we have it's not at at Point Forte, but at this Barataria location, you have to do what we call television production together with that program. The program is called television production. So you do your graphics, your basic graphics, as well as you do the camera to operate the camera for television, as well as sound engineering is integrated into that program down there.
Thank you. Another question is, does Serval have courses in psychology?
No, we do not offer courses in psychology. That's not our area at all. We have trained counselors that guide you along, but in terms of if we're offering it as a program, as a course where you get certification, no, we don't. Sorry, probably in the future, we look at it, answer the question, we look at it in the future.
We also have a few more positive comments in terms of your presentation and you motivating students for some of your programs.
Thank you very much.
All right. Additionally, persons are asking for contact information in terms of if there is a website, if there is an email address, a phone contact, where they can contact maybe academic advisors so that they will get some further information.
Okay, so as I said, our website is www.servaltt.com. That's our website. And when you go onto the website, you'll get all the email address. But for those of you who may want to contact me directly, you can call me at 623-1632 extension 228. I'll call it again. 623-1632 extension 228. You can ask to speak to me, Mr. Daniel, and I will give you all the information that you will need to contact a center and help you register and get into the program. If it is that you want to go to the website, then you are free to do that. You can go to it now, www.servaltt.com, and you'll get all the centers listed where they are located and the phone numbers for every single, I can't remember all the phone numbers for each center. All right, so you will go, when you go on the website, you're going to get all that information. Believe me, you'll get all the information. It's very interactive.
Thank you. Additional questions on the courses. One would be, is there any cost associated with the programs that you offer? And secondly, the duration of the courses.
Okay, thank you very much again. So let me just say that there is a cost attached. There is no registration fee. Basically, most of the program is $300 a term. And there are payment plans. So you can come in with $100 and make your payments as you go along, $100, $100. Okay. If you're coming through, Miss the moderator, if you're coming through the schools, the secondary school, let's say someone is not performing at the school and Miss, you will know that how it's done, and you send them to Serval, then they go through the Ministry of Education. There is no cost. You are considered what we call a ministry student, and the ministry pays for you. Okay. If you are a community student, that means you'll be paying the basic of $300 per term, and that $300 is very, very, for what you're going to be doing, is very minimal. That doesn't even cover the welding rods that you're going to be using, or the type of equipment that you'll be exposed to. It's very, very, very minimal. All right. Some students as well, we have boards at most of our centers, and sometimes the board students may have difficulties, and the board will help or may help that student, for example, in paying their school fees and so on. We do have students coming as well from the private sector being sponsored by organizations. But the basic fee is $300 per term. When you go on job training, you are given a stipend from the institution that you are training at. Okay, and when you are said before you're finished, believe you me, most of them give you an offer of employment.
Thank you. Another question is, does Serval provide courses in nursing as well as police courses? I know this might be a little bit, but in terms of what training that you may offer that can facilitate in different aspects.
Okay, so again, we do have a nursing program. Okay, we have for the 1 year we do have a program, nursing program, and it is ready to be a nursing aid. So you work in geriatric homes. You can work also. We have a lot of students working in the private hospitals throughout Trinidad and Tobago. So whether it's West Shore or St. Augustine private hospitals, and or the ones that are down south and so on. And we have many students after they have finished the nursing programs, move on to the RN to do the RN. In fact, we also have a dental aid program that is in Forest Park. So if you want to get into the dental area, Forest Park, they do that dental aid. Again, it's a one-day program. So you work along with the dental aid, you work along with a dentist, a trained, qualified, registered dentist. Okay, as well as your instructor that carries you through that program. I have met students already in career centers when we did it physically, and some of them returned. One of them returned as a dentist after completing the program. Okay, when they finished, some of them also went on to Mount Hope and so on to be dental nurses and so on. So we do have a dental program and we do have a nursing program. And the other question, I think you want to ask another question, Miss. Sorry, I didn't get the other part to that question.
Okay, in terms of police, what training do you offer them, facilitate?
Well, the police really, we don't have anything really along that line. I don't have any training institution, everything along that line. To get into the police, of course, you have to have your 5 O-levels now, your math, your English, and so on. But if it is, we have a lot of students in the police, after they have finished, they went on to do their O-levels. Now, at the La Romaine Center, we do have your Compass Math and English that you do, okay, from CXC. And when you finish, you can go on to do your CXC Math and English, Social Studies, Office Administration, and so on to get your 5 O-levels. But we do have a lot of students, when they finish the training, the skills program, they do get into the Defense Force, in the skills area in the Defense Force. Of course, you have to be a soldier, but you do get to, things have changed, things are modified. And now you have to get your O-levels. So from the skills, we encourage you to get your, now, that after you've built up and you're motivated, you can move on because you have accomplished, you have gotten certification. And those are people who may have a challenge with their CXC. We know a lot of people hate math and with a passion. I don't know why. You now are motivated and you're enthused and you have accomplished something, then you can go ahead and do your O-levels and get into the police force or the Defense Force. Okay, so this is our launch pad fee, because the whole thing about it is changing your attitude. And that is what our first level program does. The ADP is to change your mindset and your attitude.
Thank you so very much. One more question before we close. Do you offer any training in technical drawing or coding?
No, the only technical drawing you will be exposed to is in the electrical area. So to be drawing certain plans and so on in the electrical, the schematics and so on. And that's, I said, that's down at La Romaine. But a technical drawing as being a general draftsman, no, we don't have that being offered, at least not as yet.
All right, Mr. Daniel, I would like to thank you so very much for your inspirational and informative presentation this afternoon. You would have motivated a lot of students based on the comments that we are receiving. They enjoyed your presentation and they are in fact very much enthused with some of the information you would have shared with them. Is there any closing remark you would like to leave with them?
I just want to thank you and the moderator this morning for having us once again, and for you to be staying on and be inspired. This is what we do. And I just want to encourage you, don't drop out of school. Don't drop out of school. Stick to it. If it is you're having challenges, stick to it. Because a lot of time with employers, when you go to them, they want to make sure that you won't drop out, that at least you met challenges, yes, whatever challenges that you meet at the secondary school. Sometimes you think you have a tough teacher, that you have a tough principal. Stick to it, because life is not easy out there. Stick to what you're doing. Finish it, and then when you have completed it, you can come to Serval and continue your skill area. For those of you who are really, as some people say, well, I'm not cut out for academics. I'm sure, Miss, you have heard that some students say, I'm not cut out for academics. Well, sometimes it's just people telling you, giving you the wrong information, and you are hanging out, as we say, the liming with the wrong crowd, who keep telling you that you're not cut out for academics. You can make it. Stick to it. And when you're finished completing your 5 years at the school, secondary school, come to us. I'm not encouraging anyone to drop out. If it is that you want to come to us, you speak to your guidance officer, you speak to the principal, and they have the information, and they normally call the Ministry of Education, the DSS, and they will contact us, and then you can come into us. Okay? So thanks again for having me, Miss. It was wonderful. I really did appreciate it, and continue to use Serval to get information out. We are always available.
You're most welcome. Have a great evening, sir.
Thank you. Have a great evening as well.
Thank you. All right, students, thank you again for tuning in. And I should also thank you guys. I did not have to send a reminder for you to be respectful on the chat. So I am thinking that you guys are doing what you're supposed to be doing and you're respectful in your communication. Thank you so very much for that. I know earlier I would have redirected you to exit so that you can access some of the courses that are being offered at Room D as well. It was not opened at the time. I do apologize, but it is now open. All right, at Room C, which is where you're currently at. Up next will be ProApps, which is Professional Airline Training Solutions. But of course, if you would like to exit at this point, go back into the registration area, view the different options that are available to you. You can do so while we spend about 2 or 3 minutes to organize for our next session. All right, and your moderator for this afternoon will be Ms. Lewis. All right, so thank you guys.
Sometimes you need to get knocked down before you can really figure out what your fight is and how you need to fight it. Throughout ancient times, institutions of learning have been built on top of hills to convey that great struggle is required to achieve degrees of enlightenment. Each of you had your own unique difficulties with the hill. For some of you, the challenge was actually academics. When you hear the words magna cum laude, you know that's not you. That's not you. You worked hard, you did your best, but you didn't make A's or B's, sometimes C's. You never made the dean's list, but that's okay. You're here on top of the hill. And I want to say something to that. You know, sometimes your grades don't give a real indication of what your greatness might be. So it really is okay. For others, it was financial. You and your family struggled to make ends meet every semester of your matriculation. You had to stand in one line to get to another line, to get to another line for somebody that might help you. You had to work an extra job or two, but you're here. For a lot of you, not all, but a lot of you, your hardest struggle was social. Some of you never fit in. You were never as cool and as popular as you wanted to be, and it bothers you. So your social struggles here became psychological. Even though you made it up the hill, you carried the baggage of rejection with you, but you're here. Or some of you went through something traumatic. You made it to the top of the hill, but not without scars and bruises. Some of you fit in too much. You were on the yard rapping on your frat block when you were supposed to be in class. Or you got caught up in the DC party life. You carried the baggage of too much acceptance. When completing a long climb, one first experiences dizziness, disorientation, and shortness of breath due to the high altitude. But once you become accustomed to the climb, your mind opens up to the tranquility of the triumph. Oftentimes, the mind is flooded with realizations that were for some reason harder to come to when you were at a lower elevation. At this moment, most of you need some realizations because right now you have some big decisions to make. Right now, I urge you, in your breath, in your eyes, in your consciousness, invest in the importance of this moment and cherish it. I know, savor the taste of your triumphs today. Don't just swallow the moment whole without digesting what has actually happened here. Look down over what you conquered and appreciate what God has brought you through. I remember walking across this yard on what seemed to be a random day, my head down, lost in my own world of issues, like many of you do daily. I'm almost at the center of the yard. I raised my head and Muhammad Ali was walking towards me. Time seemed to slow down as his eyes locked on mine and opened wide. He's raised his fist into a quintessential guard. I was game to play along with him, to act as if I was a worthy opponent. What an honor to be challenged by the GOAT, the greatest of all time, for a brief moment. His face was as serious as if I were Frazier in the Thriller in Manila, drawing from his victories and his losses. At that moment, I realized something new about the greatness of Ali and how he carried his crown. I realized that he was transferring something to me on that day. He was transferring the spirit of the fighter in me. He was transferring the spirit of the fighter to me. He was transferring the spirit of the fighter to me. Sometimes you need to feel the pain and sting of defeat to activate the real passion and purpose that God predestined inside of you. God says in Jeremiah, I know the plans I have for you. Plans to prosper you and not to harm you. Plans to give you hope and a future. When you at this day, when you have reached the hilltop and you are deciding on next jobs, next steps, careers, further education, you would rather find purpose than a job or a career. Purpose crosses disciplines. Purpose is an essential element of you. It is the reason you are on the planet at this particular time in history. Your very existence is wrapped up in the things you are here to fulfill. Whatever you choose for a career path, remember the struggles along the way are only meant to shape you for your purpose. When I dare to challenge the system that would relegate us to victims and stereotypes with no clear historical backgrounds, no hopes or talents, when I questioned that method of portrayal, a different path opened up for me. The path to my destiny. When God has something for you, it doesn't matter who stands against it. God will move someone that's holding you back away from a door and put someone there who will open it for you. If it's meant for you, I don't know what your future is, but if you're willing to take the harder way, the more complicated one, the one with more failures at first than successes, the one that has ultimately proven to have more meaning, more victory, more glory, then you will not regret it. The light of new realization shines on you today. I was on a roll when I entered the system of entertainment, theater, television, and film. And my
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. It is a pleasure to be with you again today. My name is Keisha Lewis, Guidance Officer assigned to St. Patrick SSSD, and we are here again for Teen Network. Dream it, believe it, make it happen, a virtual career fair. It's all about you knowing what is your next step. What are you going to do after secondary school? What are you going to enjoy doing? Because remember, it's your life and you want to choose wisely. You don't want to get into a job or a career that you are not excited about. You have to be all pumped. So let us get all the information that we need from all of these days where you'll be provided with various presenters from various organizations. It is indeed an awesome time. So today we have with us Mr. Rodney Ragbir from Pro Arts. So are there any pilots in the house? Anybody wants to work on that air bridge? Because trust me, I love to fly. COVID just kind of throwing things off big time. But hey, at least we can escape in this little moment with Pro Arts. So I hope, Mr. Ragbir, are you hearing me?
Yes, I am. Good afternoon, and good afternoon, everyone.
Oh, thank you so very much for being with us today. And we really actually look forward because, like, you know, avid travelers like me, people who love to travel, you know, this is my escape at this moment as you educate us a little more about this field. And probably I can say, wow, I remember the days when I used to go on a plane pre-COVID, but this is what it is at a point in time. So thank you so very much. And I turn the virtual floor over to you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. And thank you for inviting us. And thanks for everyone for joining us. We will start with a short video on showing you our jet simulator. Followed by that, we have a short presentation. And unfortunately, we don't have time for an interactive quiz where you can take part from home on your smart devices. But if we can squeeze it in, I'll get some time and we'll have Captain John, who is behind me, to actually take you for a flight in the simulator. No visas, no passports required. All right, so here we go. So once again, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rodney Ragbear. I am actually a commercial pilot as well. I have Captain John behind me. And we both fly for the airlines. We have Captain Nalini, who's assisting us as well. I myself have over just about 25 years of experience in the aerospace industry. A lot of my time was spent in training. So we have a short presentation here that is to give you an insight into aviation, talk about the profession as a pilot, as well as air traffic control and engineering. Okay, so I know we're a little bit behind schedule, so we'll try to make this as efficient as possible. All right, so why choose a career in aviation? Well, for one, for many of us, including myself, becoming a pilot was always my dream. As from a little boy, it was like a bug that bit me. And I always looked in the sky. I saw this big piece of machinery, saw the pilots look sharp in their uniforms. And I said, you know what? I need to have a piece of that. And by the grace of God, all my dreams came true, and I am now a commercial pilot. We have the absolute best office in the world. We have no boss around us. Our office is 43,000 feet above the ground. We see what most people will not be able to see while they're doing their job. And one of my best memories of an amazing view is when I used to fly the 767 and flew across to London. And I remember half of the airplane was dark and half of the airplane, the sun was coming up. That was spectacular. Coming into Trinidad on a regular basis and seeing the contour of the land, the topography, it's an amazing sight. If you think Trinidad is beautiful on the ground, you should see it from the air. It's huge. It's amazing. You become an elite member of the 0.2% population that actually has a pilot's license. The job is very flexible. It has many benefits. We'll talk about some of those in just a few moments. It's a job that pays you to see the world, and you can essentially meet different people, experience different cultures, taste different food. If you like food like me, you'll love it. Okay, and as pilots, we are very disciplined. We are constantly going through recurrency checks every 6 months, and that is because of the nature of our job. We're traveling, we're flying passengers safely from point A to point B. So, as I mentioned, those are the topics we're going to discuss. The CEO of Boeing actually said in the next 15 years, we will require 800,000 pilots. How many of you want to be pilots? I know I may not be able to see all of your responses, and for those of you who would like to be pilots, I hope you become pilots soon so I get the opportunity to fly with you. Well, let's talk about some of the benefits. You and your family can travel at very, very insignificant costs. In fact, as a pilot, you can most of the times travel for free. Your family would probably incur a cost of about maybe 10% of what the actual ticket is worth, and really all you're doing is paying the taxes As I mentioned, it's the best office in the world, and you get to visit the world free of charge. Not just visit free of charge, but when you land at your destination, you're picked up by transport, they take you to your hotel, and you go to stay at very nice hotels, and the company even gives you money for food. When I flew to London, we got $75 a day for our per diem or for our allowance. Okay. Salary ranges between $20,000 to $100,000 per month. So just over 20,000 would be entry level, and the entry level into the airline, for instance, taking Caribbean Airlines, for instance, we're looking at the ATR, and then you would progress on to the jet, which is the Boeing 737. So with that salary in mind, how many of you would like to be pilots now? Any more? Have we got any more hands? All right. Yes. Great. Okay. So as a pilot, there are many different types of jobs. We can become flight instructors. If you really want to wear short pants and live the island life, you could do scenic flights in Hawaii or wherever you wish. You could fly corporate. Corporate is when you are associated with an organization and you fly their executives from point A to point B. I myself was offered a position as a corporate pilot, and it's great because you would be able to fly them to a destination. They give you a company credit card. They say, okay, here's your hotel. Meet us back here in 3 days, and you have a lot of time to do your to do whatever you wish to do with it. Okay. You also can join regional and international airlines. So if flying long haul is your thing, if you want to fly, when I was on the 767, I flew 3 times a month, and then I could not fly anymore because of my time and duty restrictions. So all that other time I had to I put towards my business, and I put towards my family, my friends, etc. So what do we need to do to become a commercial pilot? Well, you need to be at least 18 years of age. You have to have a good grasp of the English language. You have to be able to read and write English. Becoming a commercial pilot, we need what we call a Class 1 medical, and we have to pass a series of knowledge tests. We need to acquire approximately 250 hours of training in flights at a recognized flight school. And of course, before you crack open your bottle of champagne, you have to do a check ride. And that is your final sign off that says, yes, I certify this individual to be a commercial pilot, to take individuals safely from point A to point B. The written or the theory aspect of the training is not really a lot. It's about it's about 2 months of training. As mentioned, we need about 250 hours flying time. We have to dedicate a day towards our check ride. And it normally takes, if you're very disciplined, it will take you about 1 year to acquire a commercial pilot's license. To acquire a private pilot's license, we're looking at about 3 to 6 months. Okay, and that's what a license looks like. That's an FAA license. It's an American license, which most student pilots actually use their privileges as a student pilot and attend flight schools in the United States of America. For many reasons, they get exposure to a lot of different weather systems. They have a lot more access to aircrafts, different kinds of airports, controlled, uncontrolled airports. So a lot of good experience there. All right. For Trinidad, the minimum academic requirements is 5 O levels. Now remember, this is minimum. English and mathematics are compulsory. Science and physics are nice to have. It is an asset if you have another language, and technical background would be an asset as well. And of course, we have a lot of pilots now entering with degrees. Some of them actually come in as soon as they finish flight school. They go to as soon as they're of age, they go to flight school, acquire a license, and come back, and then further their studies. You'll also need a certificate of character, which would indicate no criminal history or drug use whatsoever. The cost of becoming a commercial pilot, our students spend about $40,000 US dollars. That's probably the biggest hurdle for most pilots, is acquiring that money. You must be proficient in, as I mentioned earlier, in reading, writing, and speaking English. And if you're looking to join Caribbean Airlines, and you're looking to have Maths and English Language Arts as one of the criteria for joining the airline. Okay, and of course you have to have a valid medical. Okay, with a private license, you could pretty well do what most of what commercial pilots can do, with the exception of getting paid. Okay, so you can fly to many different airports. You can fly at day. You can fly at night. The only stipulation is that you cannot be compensated. Okay, so you could ask for payment of fuel and payment to rent the aircraft, but you yourself can't get paid because you don't have a license for hire. So that's a little bit about our pilots. Now we're going to talk about air traffic control. As an air traffic controller, there are many different types of air traffic controllers. Normally we just think about one, but air traffic control takes on a pretty important part of aviation, because essentially they keep us out of harm's way. Okay, there are ground-based stations that monitor the movement of aircraft, either on the ground, in the air, etc. Okay, so there are 3 major divisions. One is ground and clearance delivery. So we're going to start our engines, and we contact clearance delivery for our routing from Piarco to Toronto. We then contact ground control, who gives us clearance to start the engines. And then they instruct us to taxi to a certain point and hand us over to tower. Tower then gives us takeoff clearance or landing clearance if you're coming in. And when we reach a certain distance from the airport, normally it's about 5 nautical miles, 5 to 10 nautical miles, they send us over to approach or departure frequencies. And then finally, we move over to area control. And this area control actually takes care of us. So if we took off out of Trinidad, the next area control would be known as San Juan. And then San Juan would pass us over to New York. And then New York would eventually pass us over to Toronto. So you see, there's so many different types of air traffic controllers, or so many different positions that an air traffic controller can work in as well. So to become an air traffic controller, you need to be at least 18 years of age. You must have English and mathematics as well. You need to pass a class 3 medical, which is not so restrictive as a commercial pilot. And you need to be able to pass knowledge and practical exams as well. The last topic is aeronautical engineers. Captain John is actually an aeronautical engineer, and he's been in the field for many years. He's now a commercial pilot, and he now flies the airplane instead of fixing it. But aeronautical engineers are very, very, very important. They take on a very, very significant role in aviation. We think of aeronautical engineers as maybe just people who fix airplanes. But if you could think about missiles, space shuttles, anything to do with an aircraft or a vehicle in the air, you require an aeronautical engineer. And there's different types of engineers. There's the types that actually fix the main parts of the airplane, or the main mechanics or control systems. They're what we call airframe engineers, who look at the structural design of the aircraft. We have manufacturing and maintenance, aerodynamics, and then we have avionics technicians, who look at the instrumentation and communication of the different aspects of the aircrafts. Okay, so to become an aeronautical engineer, you must earn a bachelor's degree, and it has to be an accredited degree. UTT offers a nice program locally. Abroad, we have Embry-Riddle, who's very, very, very well known and accredited, and very costly too. But the final requirements of becoming an engineer, of course, would be a series of technical exams, and as well as some written or theory exams as well. Okay, so before we continue, I would like to take you into the cockpit of our jet simulator. But does anyone have any questions that hopefully we can answer for you before we take you into the cockpit?
Okay, yeah, great. So yeah, there's a few questions. First of all, some of the students, they were just taken aback by the salary. So a lot of them decided that they want to make some career changes and become a pilot. All right. So one of the questions directed to you, persons would like to know, is it easy in terms of job availability? So is it easy to access jobs as a pilot?
Yeah. So, yes, that's a good question. Remember, we're in a very compromising situation right now with COVID. So there is a halt on hiring. There is a freeze. Some organizations have let go pilots. But as the CEO of Boeing has identified, in the next 15 years, there will be a great demand for pilots. So, okay. I think as soon as we get past this COVID, I think it's going to be even easier
to pick back up, right?
To get a job than it was before. Yes. Were you one of those people who wanted to make a career change?
Of us. I was one. And I think a few other of my co-workers was like, they think they want to make a jump as well. All right, another one. They would like to know, one of the students is asking, is it necessary to do physics to become a pilot?
No. As indicated, English language arts and mathematics are essentially mandatory, but science and physics would definitely be an asset. But within the flying program, any type of science or physics that you would require, or any knowledge of those specific skills or topics, would be taught to you in flying school.
Okay, great. And one other question, someone would like to know, what are the requirements to become a flight attendant? Would you be able to provide that information?
Oh, I don't want to answer incorrectly. I really can't give you an answer on that, but I believe once you would have your English language arts and mathematics, I know you'd have to have swimming under your belt, first aid, and a second language is definitely an asset. And I think that should pretty well cover it. Yeah.
Okay.
But I'm not an expert in flight attendant.
In that area. There's as well, a lot of the students are indicating as well that this is one of their dream jobs, that they always dreamt of becoming a pilot. So being a part of this program, looking at you and the information that you shared is just it's very much directing what they want to do in fulfilling their dream. One of the questions someone is asking, why is $40,000 needed for the license?
That is really a total amount. Like for instance, like a private license might cost you, let's say, $10,000 US. The instrument rating license might cost you another $5,000. Your commercial license might cost you another 20.
So it's basically different areas that cost covers.
Correct. And you don't have to do all at once. I myself, I did it in stages. It took me about 3 years to complete my license. Yeah.
Okay. And someone is asking, what would you recommend getting a bachelor's degree, and what flight school do you recommend?
Yes, I would say in terms of credentials or academic awards, I would say, shoot for the stars, get as much as you can under your belt. It will only make you more marketable. And in terms of flight schools, I'm asked that question. I'm asked that question quite frequently, and I like to answer that question by saying that it's really up to the individual. The individual should really visit each flight school. Some of them will take a trip out to the United States and visit 10 or 15 flight schools, because some might like a larger organization and some might like a smaller organization. Some may like a more personal touch, or some may like more of a professional touch, So it really depends on the type of person you are and what you're looking for. But at the end of the day, they will all offer the same credentials, and they will all award you with a commercial pilot certificate.
Okay. All right. Okay, so I'll save some of the questions for after. I know you want to go into showing the next step of your presentation. So just pause for this moment. Yeah.
Thank you. So I will show you a video with a female inside of the cockpit, and then I'll take you in the cockpit with John, Captain John.
I want to thank Pro ATS for giving me this opportunity to be able to fly a jet simulator. I never thought I would have been in a pilot's seat and being able to control everything. It was honestly an amazing experience and it was a thrill of a lifetime.
Here's Captain John.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to our live simulator demonstration. Today, I'll be taking off from Crown Point. Gonna make a left turn out, probably fly over Strawberry somewhere near Pigeon Point. Hope you guys enjoy the view. And to all you aspiring pilots, this is the best thing after sliced bread. Okay, Captain Rod will just show you a couple items in the cockpit. This is our primary flight display, also known as the PFD, that helps us to fly the plane. Right. Coming across, we have our navigation display. These are our engine instruments, our engine display instruments. This is our autopilot. You'll see me controlling the airplane from here once time permits. And this is our overhead panel, where all of our systems are that we monitor during the flight. This is our throttle quadrant, our power levers, which acts as an accelerator, similar to the accelerator of the car, right? And this is our center pedestal, where we have our radio communications. And just for a little information's sake, if there's an emergency, you would see this. And there's nothing to be up to panic about. They're going to train us and prepare us to handle emergency situations like that during our training. Yeah. These are our rudder pedals for steering on the ground, as well as maintaining directional control in the air. This is our yoke. You see me controlling the yoke as we fly.
All right, takeoff clearance.
Okay, Robinson Tower, good afternoon. Proteus 1, we're with you on runway 11, requesting departure left turn out.
Proteus 1, you're cleared to flight level 100 runway heading. When 090, 10 knots, you're cleared as requested.
Roger, cleared for takeoff and runway heading 10,000 feet, cleared as requested, Proteus 1. Okay, so in order to take off, we're going to advance our power levers a bit to 40% and 1. That's our power setting. We want to make sure that the engines are stabilized and the increase evenly. We have achieved that. So now I'm going to set my takeoff power. Takeoff power is set. And our takeoff roll has begun. Hear those engines as they roll. So we're going down the runway now. 80 knots. We're just waiting for liftoff speed now. We have V1 and rotate. Here we go. We are airborne. We have a positive rate of climb. Our landing gear goes up. Wonderful. We have 1,000 feet as our acceleration altitude. So we're going to retract our flaps. Going to do the autopilot, and here we go.
And that's what they get paid the big bucks for, is to hit a couple of buttons and turn a few dials. Captain John, anything you want to tell your passengers before you leave them?
I would like to tell you all that this is the best job in the world. Stay healthy, study hard, and come pay us a visit and experience the simulator in person. Stay safe.
Thank you, Captain John.
Oh, thank you so very much. That was indeed, it was nice for those who love to fly and who would always want to see what inside it looks like. That's great. One of the students are asking, sir, what was one of the best places you flew to?
Could you read?
Oh, no problem, Mr. Ragbir. Yeah, one of the students are asking, could you tell them one of the best places you flew to?
Trinidad, no. I would have to say, I love London. London. Flew into Gatwick, and I think London has to be one of my favorite destinations.
All right, great, nice. And there's many questions coming at you now. Do you speak any other language? We know sometimes we have pilots tend to speak several different languages. Do you speak different languages?
Officially, I only speak one. And it's a challenge at that, but no, I only speak English. Yes.
Okay. Do you fly an Airbus or a Boeing?
I fly the ATR. I have flown the Boeing 737, the 767. I'm certified on the Airbus A320, as well as probably another 4 or 5 airplanes. But okay. presently, I just returned back to the regional flights, the Airbridge and so on, because I want to be at home a little bit more often.
You're gonna be right. And what age? Another question: what age do persons retire in this field of work?
You can fly up to, in Trinidad, it's mandatory that you retire by 65.
Okay.
In other countries, you could fly until your medical expires.
Okay.
However, you cannot fly pilot in command. So you have to give up your captain status and you can become like a first officer again, or you can become what they call a cruise pilot, which is essentially a relief pilot.
A relief pilot. Okay. Yeah. Are there many female pilots in the field?
Yes, in fact, I have flown, I think on our regional fleet, I would say probably a good, if not 50% of them, maybe 35% are female pilots. And they're
Okay.
excellent. They're excellent pilots. They're very disciplined. They do a great job. They're exceptional. Very good.
Nice, nice, nice. And what is the salary for an aircraft engineer?
We're going to hand that one over to Captain John.
Okay, Captain John.
Well, essentially, you start off as an aircraft mechanic or technician.
Mhm.
That
All right.
salary should be around 7,000. As you gain experience and acquire different licenses, you will get authorizations for different parts of the aircraft to sign off. And it can go up to, let's say, from 17,000 all the way up to 30,000. And as you go into management at that point, well, the sky's the limit.
Okay, nice, nice, nice. And to you as well, would you say that movies do a good job at describing what really happens in the air?
That's a good question. I don't think they could come close to, but it's good enough.
What was that? There was this show that came out, I think was with Tom Hanks, when he caused the plane to flip to land.
Oh, that's Flight.
Denzel.
Flight, yeah.
Yeah, it was Denzel Washington.
Yeah, it was with Denzel Washington. Right. How was that? What do you think? Do you think that that could really happen?
What's your take on that, right?
You can actually fly any aircraft inverted. How long you could fly for is a different point, but you could actually roll an airplane. Once it's coordinated, you could actually roll the airplane. So it is possible. There has been some amazing abnormal situations that have occurred in airplanes, and captains and crews have brought it in safely. We're talking like they can't steer, and they just use differential thrust on the engines to line it up. Yeah, but you also mentioned Tom Hanks, and that's when you asked the question about this: do the movies do the profession justice? It is a movie, but the viewer will definitely not be able to feel the chemical reaction that goes on within your body, like the adrenaline and because when you're flying in the middle of the night and it's pitch dark outside and you're seeing lightning in all different directions and you hear someone, you hear like someone's trying to knock on the window and say, "Let me in." It could be very, very demanding. It's a demanding job, but
because you have to try to remain calm under pressure.
Yeah, and we're trained for that. So there's no issue. No issue at all.
Yeah. Can you explain a bit more on the mechanics that is involved in fixing an airplane and the requirements to become such a mechanic? Someone would like to be a mechanic working on those planes. Would you be able to give any insights into that?
Sure. Well, you have two options available. We have the UTT route, where you could go and pursue the degree in aircraft maintenance and possibly management.
Okay.
With that in mind, you could start off as a mechanic. You could also have the option of going into service engineering as well. They are more hands off the aircraft. They deal more with planning, etc., and management of the aircraft and the systems in place to manage the aircraft. Also, you could go to approved universities or engineering institutes where you can follow a specific path for training, right? Where you could work directly towards your license, or like let's say your AMEL, that's your aircraft maintenance engineer's license. It's just a basic license that the Americans call it the ANP, airframe and power plant, right? So at the end of your tuition, you would be graduating with an ANP license. With that now, you would just be qualified to do the basic stuff. You need experience. So you come back with an ANP, you're not going to be more advanced in the job. You will have better experience than the person coming from UTT who doesn't have a license. But the playing field is level at that point. You start at the same level. but your acceleration through the system would be a lot faster because you would have now met the prerequisites for the license in Trinidad.
Okay.
Right, the AMEL
Right.
in Trinidad. Yeah, I hope that would have
Great.
answered
Yeah,
your
it was very helpful. Thank you. And how difficult would you say it is to become a pilot? And would you say that local pilots do they obtain a lot of jobs abroad?
It's not difficult to become a pilot at all.
Okay.
If I could do it, anybody could do it. It's not difficult at all. Like anything else, if there's a will, there's a way. If you put your head towards it, you will reach it.
Right.
There's a saying, the sky is the limit, but as pilots, we say the skies are our home. You know? So it's not difficult at all. We've had a lot of our students have actually finished training with us, and many of them have never come back. After they've left us, they've gone to flight school, and they've stayed in the U.S. Some of them are chief pilots. Some of them have been in newspapers. Some of them, for good, they're famous, not infamous. They're famous. And a lot of them fly corporate. A lot of them fly medevacs. A lot of them are in the Middle East.
Okay.
One of our students are in Macau. Yeah, Macau. So all over the world. All over the world. Yeah.
All over the world. Nice, nice.
Not just limited to Trinidad at all.
And this question is coming from a true Trini child. They're asking, can you take a vacation whenever you want?
Yes, he's thinking like a pilot. Or she's thinking like a pilot. You know, we have a good camaraderie amongst the pilot body. And we have access to, I think when you start, it's about 3 weeks of vacation a year. You have 21 sick days a year. And but should you need, so you can always align, and you can always bid for a flight that will give you, like, let's say 4 days off. The end of the 1 month to 4 days off in the beginning of the next month. So those are just your days off. So you haven't even touched your holidays yet. You know, so you can align it like that.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Those are nice.
And also too,
right.
Pilots work about 60 to 70 hours a month, and that's maximum. And I know experts like you guys probably work like 60 hours a week. So we have a lot more free time. You know, we have a lot more free time.
A lot more free time, and in different countries, eh?
Correct.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Thanks so very, very much. And there's one last question. Is there a height requirement for becoming a pilot?
There is no height requirement as such. I think I know a pilot he's got to be about 5 feet tall. Maybe a little less than that. So no,
at least 5 feet.
Yeah, there is no height requirement. As long as you can, the aircraft that you're flying, you can perform all of the duties.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Excellent. Thank you so very, very, very much. Okay, one quick question. Did you take the UTT route for maintenance, or also is our AMEL recognized by FAA?
Okay, back in my day, unfortunately, UTT was not around. We had John Donaldson. So that's the route that I took. John S. Donaldson is now under that, which is right. So I did the mechanical engineering there. You can also choose to do telecommunications engineering as well as electrical and electronics engineering. They all lead you in the same direction. It just depends on the specialty that you are interested in, right? So yes, UTT is good. As I said, it gives you a good foundation, right? They have aircrafts now, which you didn't have before, right? So you have a lot more exposure at UTT, and then hopefully the airlines will absorb you from there. And of course, you know, the option to do the FAA ENP is always a good option because you come out with a license in hand. Coming out of UTT, you have a certificate, right? But coming out of
but you don't have a license.
Yeah, you have a license. Now with the license, you are exempted from part of the examination process, part of the theoretical aspect of the exam. Is in like 3 parts, where it's a structured paper, multi-choice paper, different modules, of course, and then there's the oral exam. So basically, you are exempted from part of the multi-choice modules. You'll be exempted from that if you come back with an A. So all you have to do is the essay type question and the oral. And the FAA is recognized.
Great. Thank you.
However, the Trinidad one, you know, it will get you places, but it's not recognized as much as the FAA ENP license.
It will get you places, but
well, you meet the minimum.
Understood.
You know, everybody.
Mr. Rugby, could you put up your contact? Right. Okay, thanks so very much. Mr. Rugby, could you put back up your contact information or your website information?
Sure, would you like us to put it on the screen or would you like to put it in the chat?
Yes, please.
Okay, we'll put it on the screen and we can put the end of that video. And we do have a nice interactive quiz. Unfortunately, I think we have taken up a lot of time, and I'm sure that your other presenters would be.
Yeah, it would have been nice, but it's just, it would have been nice because a lot of persons would have enjoyed that.
Yes.
But we really and truly want to thank you so very much for taking the time out for today's session.
Yes, well, and it was certainly our pleasure on behalf of the whole team at ProETS. We always look forward to inspiring all of our future aviators, and if ever you have an opportunity where you'd like us to carry on another program with the interactive quiz, just feel free to reach out to us.
Right. And thank you so very much. Thank you so very much. So students, so this is the contact number. So you can call 758-6764. And we also have the address that you can also take down as well. So so Mr. Rugby, I forgot the gentleman. I think it's Mr. Could you repeat his name?
John.
Your co-pilot?
Captain John.
John?
Captain
John. And thank you so very much, Captain John, because in this time where we had we're in a period of lockdown, you were able to take us off and out of the country a little bit. So thank you so very much. Thank you for being a part of our career fair. We really appreciate your contribution. So thank you so very much again. And we look forward to future endeavors where we invite you for other events. So thanks again.
Absolutely, our pleasure.
Our pleasure. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. All right, students. So thank you so very much, guys, for holding on. And we have a lot more in store, guys. Right now, we have Miss Kami Zhang from UTT, and she's here to do a presentation with you guys. But let us just take one quick pause. Let me see. Could you just stand up? I know a lot of you will be sitting in front of your device, so could you just stand, take a little twist, you know, turn left, turn right. All right, Come on, let's just take a little break. You know, just take a little stretch, take a little deep breath in, a little deep breath out. Yeah. A little exercise is good, a little movement is good, yeah, because I know your eyes probably hurting because you're in front of this computer for so long. So we have to take a little pause for a cause, and we'll get right back. So Miss Kamishong, are you ready for us? Could you unmute?
Sorry about that. I have my other team members that are waiting to come in right
That's
now.
okay. You're waiting for a few members to join in?
For you to let them in.
Okay, so they'll let you in a bit. So while we wait, so we're just going to have a little pause here as we wait for. All right, so we'll get our kids just 2 hours, not our kids because I have some big ones here. The Form 4s up to the 6. All right, so just to get them moving as we wait. Ooh. All right, Ms. Kamishong, are we ready? Yeah?
Yes.
All right, great. So thank you so very much. So we have Ms. Kamishong, and I believe this is Mr. Hinkson.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, nice. Thank you so very much for being here. And I think we also have Mr. Maharaj and Ms. Thomas.
Yes, we do.
All right, so thank you so very much for being here, being a part of our career fair. And I'll now turn the virtual flow over to you and to our students. All right, so thanks again.
Okay. So pleasant good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to UTT's arm of this virtual career fair. We are very pleased to be here today to give you all some insight into the programs and how to apply and come to UTT to pursue your tertiary education dreams. Yes. I have here with me quite a few of my colleagues and some of the academics from the university to give you all a bit of insight and to answer some much needed questions from you guys to get as much info as possible when you leave secondary school. Yes? So in an effort not to waste any time, I'd just like to introduce and say that the University of Trinidad and Tobago, the National University, is one of the best choices you can make towards your tertiary education dreams, because we have a wide range of programs that are specific towards developing a wide variety of skill set within the country. And we are one of the leaders in hands-on training in terms of when you finish your academics, so you become a job-ready graduate as well. Right? So you will now see, based on our presentation, the steps
and guides to enter in UTT towards achieving your tertiary level dreams. Yes, I'd like to start this afternoon by welcoming one of our academics, Dr. Andrew Hunt, who is the assistant professor in mathematics, and he's also the program leader in foundations and prior learning. Dr. Hunt, pleasant good afternoon, sir.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Students, parents, teachers, all relevant stakeholders who are here with us this evening. Yes. Okay, so hi, I am from the Department Foundations and Prior Learning, and we specialize in a few areas that are offered as core courses at UTT. I'm here just to quickly talk to you about a very interesting program. Most of you are aware that because of COVID-19 restrictions, CSEC exams are offered in a much different manner. They are offered later, and which leads to some uncertainty. I'm sure some of you are wondering, but if results are coming out late September, early October, how am I able to start my tertiary level studies? Will my life be held back because I can't meet the dates for entry into these various institutions? Well, in response to that, the University of Trinidad and Tobago has designed something called Proficiency Diagnostic Assessment, and is also known as the PDA. In this program, it's a very interactive online program which helps you hone your skills or enhance your skills in mathematics and English. And those are two very crucial areas. Any career you want to go in, they are required, maths and English. So we have prepared this online self-paced course, which you can start as early as May. Even students who did it last year, they said it assisted them in their preparation for CSEC exams. So doesn't that sound like a plus? Yes. So you can embark on this. Those who are writing exams this year and those who are in Form 4, you can look forward to it. And it's an easy access into UTTs in the case that once you apply to your program and you pass the PDA, you are given provisional entry. So when your friends at home texting each other wondering, results not coming out, when I will start my studies, you would be sitting in a UTT classroom, or you would be at a UTT campus because you were smart enough to do the PDA at a minimal cost of $200, and you passed it and you got provisional entry. And so this is an excellent opportunity, and I would not say any further. I would let you see this. I don't know if we have the video that they can show to hear them talk about the PD.
Okay, sure. Are you on the screen?
Yes.
The University of Trinidad and Tobago provides education which is designed to equip individuals to be future leaders and captains of industry. From science and technology to education, the arts, sports and security, UTT is the place where your dreams are transformed into reality.
We look at the possibilities and really it's untapped.
Interest is growing among future professionals as to the role of tertiary education in national development. Postgraduate programs in carnival studies, health administration, entrepreneurship and environmental science and management, among others, play a pivotal role in preserving culture, positively impacting healthcare delivery, entrepreneurial endeavors, and the environment. UTT's students are not only exposed to academic instruction, but many take the time to fully immerse themselves in sport, music, art, and other fun and engaging leisure activities.
Not just academic enhancement, but also your holistic development.
Students are exposed to the co-op program where industry experience is gained, and students are work ready upon graduation from the university.
Seeing some of our students speaking to the professionals there and using the language and understanding some of the concepts was really, really mind-blowing for me.
Building these skills requires the experience, commitment, and ability of staff to inspire and lead the student body.
Preservation and innovation in the area of culture and the arts
have always been the hallmarks of a vibrant and thriving society. So for me and for the team, the faculty that works here at the Academy, those two roles are of key importance.
Every individual in the faculty is very focused on helping you develop as an individual.
Maritime studies, performing arts, fashion, food science and technology, sport, public safety, and agriculture are all important sectors in Trinidad and Tobago's diversification thrust. UTT brings the best resources and a dedicated cadre of professors and lecturers who continue to prioritize tertiary education within Trinidad and Tobago.
The knowledge that I've gathered is tremendous.
As the national university, UTT will continue to provide quality education for sustainable national growth. The University of Trinidad.
Okay, so we had that first video which talked about the various programs that we offer at UTT, and you're going to get a better taste when we have some of the various faculty who are here to talk about their programs. I think we have the other video with the PDA.
Yes.
Okay.
Put it on one time. Let's share my screen.
Proficiency Diagnostic Assessment or PDA, the University of Trinidad and Tobago offers provisional acceptance to students who are either writing CSEC examinations or awaiting CSEC results.
The PDA is designed for persons who are gaining entry into UTT certificate, diplomas and bachelors of education, and then the Bachelor of Fine Arts. Now, when I refer to certificates and diplomas, it will be all certificates and all diploma programs throughout UTT. But specifically for the Bachelors of Education and the Bachelors of Fine Arts, because in these programs, the minimum entry requirement will be CSEC passes. Now, the process for applying for the PDA at UTT has two streams. Firstly, students can go directly based on their application, whereby they must submit an application online, and then they are assessed, and if they are waiting results, they will be assigned to the PDA. It is also open to anyone who is applying to UTT. They don't have to be a secondary school student. You can be mature entry and you think you need to just brush up on some skills in math and English, you can apply and then you are recommended to the PDA.
UTT's Proficiency Diagnostic Assessment allows students to access personalized tutoring, receive continuous timely feedback, and engage in periodic online assessments. Best of all, successful completion of the PDA allows students to start their tertiary journey at UTT in September, at the start of the academic year. UTT, your partner every step of the journey.
Okay, so I think this covers one of the entry points into UTT, which is the PDA. And then we now are going to go, I guess Oran will lead you into the other programs where you can enter to do a certificate, diploma, etc.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hunt, for that enlightening presentation. We will now continue into the program, and I will call on Dr. Amalia Hossain, who is the Assistant Professor in Maritime and Ocean Studies. Dr. Hossain, present. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
that my name is wrong there. I'm just. Good afternoon.
Afternoon. Good day.
Can I start?
Yes, please do.
Okay, thank you. So, so I have been told I am a lecturer in marine sciences, and I've been told I have 5 minutes. I'm trying to make this as brief as possible. So the Marine Sciences program is located at the Chaguaramas campus, and it is And just to give you all a little bit of a background into marine sciences and why we need it. I don't know if you all know, but Trinidad and Tobago, we're in an island state. But even though we have land, the ocean space that we own, or the marine space that we own, is actually 17 times more than the area of land that we own. And we also, by definition, we're an archipelago of islands. And I don't know if you all know, but we actually are a group of 23 different islands. Some of them that you're quite familiar with, like Shaka Shikari, Monos Islands, Gaspre, etc. But some of them not so familiar. So just to give you guys an idea, we do have a lot of islands that encompass little Trinidad and Tobago. All right. And so we have a lot of marine space. And because of this, we recognize that there are very unique ecosystems that exist. And for as long as we live, as long as we're an island and global warming don't hit us too hard, we will always have ecosystems, and we will always have to manage these ocean resources. And because of this, we have a lot of different unique ecosystems. We have coral reefs, mangroves, seagrass beds, things like this that have a wide variety of different organisms, marine organisms, that can be of use for pharmaceutical industry, cosmetic industry, etc. It is also one of the resources that we need to manage, because I don't know, most people tend to live on the coast. I don't know if you all realize that, but that's where people tend to live. That's where a lot of our economy is also built around, the coastal zones. So we really need a lot of emphasis in terms of managing the coast and managing these coastlines and how resources are appropriated. Who do you give what to? And this is where marine sciences come into. We also recognize that because of this, we've had some problems with the marine environment in terms of over-harvesting and urbanization of the coastal development, not in a sustainable way, but an unsustainable way. And so we need proper management. And it is for this reason that Trinidad and Tobago came together, and we decided here at UTT that marine sciences was going to be important. Now, marine science, hold on, I just need to see where this goes. Yeah. Now, marine sciences let me just move on. Marine sciences here in Trinidad and Tobago was seen as a very important component. And this includes things like your marine biology, any kind of marine studies, oceanography, things that you would like to study in terms of that. This is where that comes into play. Let me go back. All right. And so the UTT took that upon itself to see it as a national agenda to help towards our national development goals in terms of developing marine sciences as something to be featured. All right. Now, the Marine Sciences campus is actually located at Chaguaramas, very close to the IMA, which is the Institute of Marine Affairs, close to the ocean, and its unique location also that gives it its strength as well. There are pretty decent facilities at this particular program. And something I wanted to mention is that the Marine Sciences Unit is actually accredited. I don't know how to get rid of this. Yeah, it's actually accredited by the international organization IMARIST, and it is a professional body that accredits programs in the marine sciences field. And because of this, it means that when you get a degree in marine sciences from UTT, it is internationally recognized. Not only is it also locally recognized, but you have international accreditation associated with this. We have some very good state-of-the-art labs for both teaching and research. And here we see one of the students looking on there. And that's our main campus there that you saw. Now we offer three main programs. We have two taught programs, the bachelor's, which I think most of the fourth forms and sixth forms would be interested in. This is our bachelor's of coastal and ocean management. And then we have a Master of Science in integrated coastal and ocean management. And we have our research program where people come in to do research in some cool field. Maybe they want to find some new drug from a sponge that will probably cure cancer. This is where you go, all right? So you do the research part of it. And so moving on to different programs. And one of the cool things about the program is that diving and swimming is probably required. It is one of the requirements, and you have to be accredited in this field as part of the program. We generally focus our attention for the BSc part on encouraging entrepreneurship, innovation, and research. So we want people to start thinking for themselves. We want knowledge innovators. We want people to start looking at the problem new, not just regurgitating stuff, and trying to really find real solutions for real problems in Trinidad and Tobago and seeing challenges and trying to overcome them. For our September intake, it is a 4-year degree that's fully gate funded. We tend to focus on things like biodiversity, fisheries, agriculture, general things like that, to see if you guys can probably see if you can make some money, probably starting your own fisheries business, make money, probably developing a biodiversity firm and being able to analyze samples, things like that, all right? It's about 124 credits for the entire degree. And usually you require about 2 GCE A-level passes at CAPE 1 and 2 in chemistry, biology, or geography, and any one of the following, either physics, maths, environmental science, or any other disciplines, as well as communication studies or the equivalent. Now, what I would suggest you do is apply with whatever A-levels you did. Once you have some kind of science background, it usually allows you to get a pathway into this. And as Dr. Hunt's group was sharing before, even if you don't have a path, you could probably go through the certificate program and then come into this program as well. All right. Also, there is opportunity for a diploma at some level from any other organization to get entry into our BSc program. So if you have a diploma or certificate, you can get entry as well from any other institution. Of course, it will have to go through a process of evaluation. And then as well, you can also include your years of interest or experience in this particular field. So for example, if you've worked perhaps in the marine environment, you're a fisherman, or you've been working in an environment, you're a conservationalist, you've worked with turtles, sea turtles, something like that. Those things would add to your qualification capacity to enter our program. Now, students are always encouraged to swim and be certified at local swimming facilities and to snorkel at least by year 2, because as part of some of your field trips and your labs, you have to go into the ocean and dive for samples. You have to learn how to do these things, and learning to swim is really important. Also, it's kind of fun, quite frankly. And we also have projects that we do in a 4-tier system. So first year you do service learning, which kind of builds on your life skills. Then you have the Nautilus, which in second year you do entrepreneurial skills, IBIS, the implementation of entrepreneurial skills. And then you have a special research project that is activated by a business plan. So really towards generating income and innovation in this particular field. These are just some areas of research, areas that we focus on in the degree program. You would do, basically, these are the subject areas you would be studying. Some really cool stuff like coral reefs, mangrove, mud flats and estuaries, fisheries management, marine biotechnology and natural products. That's one that I teach. We quite enjoy that one as well. That's where we look for natural products and we try to see how, if it could be used for cosmetics or pharmacology, something like that. We do marketing. So even if you find something cool, how do you market it? Oceanography, GIS, more cool stuff like climate change, understanding it. How do you protect a marine area? How do you identify it? Coastal zone management, things like that. Now, for the MSc program, it's a 2-year full-time degree and a 3-year part-time degree. This is for after you finish, and you can go directly once you have your bachelor's degree. And you usually require just your bachelor's and general computer skills. Now, as part of the UTT degree, you do generate computer skills, because in this day and age, you cannot do anything without computer skills. So it is almost part of your degree program that you're going to be learning computer skills as part of almost every course. All right, requires a minimum of about 36 credits, and of course involves a primary research project, and it has to be of quality for peer publication. Not too much for you to worry about, but that's pretty much it. And then we have our research degrees, which is our MPhil and PhDs, which gives you like your doctorate and makes you lecturers if this is the area you want to go into and do research, work for a big pharmaceutical company in the end, or some you want to go away and probably do research at a foreign university. This is where you want to go into that field. All right, so these are just some pictures here of our different students graduating. These are students completing our BSc and our MSc degrees. And just to share with you guys where you can get your jobs in the future, that you can be employed in the public sector, private sector, regionally, internationally, or even do self-employment. In the public sector, you have basically several different areas. You could work back at a university. You can be a marine protected areas manager. You could be a sustainable development analyst, an environmentalist, fisheries officer, all of these different roles and we have nearly 3 different ministries that would employ, well, more than that actually, because you have education, even health. Almost every industry would require and can employ a marine, someone graduating with a degree in marine sciences, all right? We also have our private sector that does a lot of employment. And I don't know if you all recognize, but Trinidad and Tobago, still our coastline is fairly underdeveloped. So there's a lot of room for development, and people who invest in marine sciences would be required to be able to analyze these coastal areas to be able to assist towards its development, right? There is, then internationally, you can go on, as I was saying, to do further research and training, and also teach at different degrees and further your career in this particular area. You can ask more questions probably at the end. But at this point, I would like to thank everyone for your very kind attention. I think I've been in my 5 minutes there, but I just want to reiterate that the Marine Sciences program is an internationally and nationally accredited program. It's 4 years undergraduate degree. At the Chaguaramas campus, we actually have dorm facilities, well, not currently operational because of COVID-19. And we are located on the coast of Chaguaramas, very close to the ocean, so that you can have a hands-on experience with the coastal environment. And that is my presentation. Please, if you have any questions, now is the time. Oh no, not now, I think afterwards, Oren, yeah.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Hossain. Your slides gave a bit of trouble. However, you were very clear in your breakdown of the program information, so we thank you for that. Yes, moving right along, I would now like to call on Dr. Rian Maraj, who is the Associate Professor and overall program leader of process engineering. Dr. Maraj, pleasant good afternoon, sir.
Good evening. Would I be able to share?
Yeah, yes, you should.
Okay,
Yes.
good, right? Okay, thanks, yeah. Okay. Right, thank you. You all seen that okay, right?
Yes.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. Parents, teachers, education administrators, my colleagues, and a special good afternoon to our dear students. Now, yesterday, I had the pleasure to speak to the Form 3 students. We all had the pleasure from UTT to speak to the Form 3 students. So it's very nice that we're getting to interact with Form 4, 5, and 6. So I just want to start off before I go into this presentation, right? Just to let these students know that we ourselves, all of us here, were once Form 4, 5, and 6 students, right? And we still could remember. In my case, it was just a couple of years ago, right? A few years ago, but I could still remember the excitement that I felt, the anxiety, the uncertainty, right? And the worry in terms of what it is I'm going to do after, where I'm going to study. And before I go into my presentation, I just want to advise students that you all are doing the right thing to listen to presentations like these, right? Find out what is out there, determine what it is you want to do, what you want to be, how you want to contribute to society, and then choose your programs wisely, right? And when you're choosing your program, you must really look towards what jobs are out there, entrepreneurship, building your own business, as well as the quality of the programs that you plan to sign. As well as the other programs at UTT, we have a very good
Dr. Maraj? I believe his screen has frozen up.
in energy and manufacturing, okay? Manufacturing, and it could involve really designing and operating processes to convert any raw material to useful products. Some of you would have done Le Chatelet's principles and all these fancy things in chemistry with regards to methanol production, ammonia production. We have process and chemical engineers working in the food and beverage industry, metals, water and wastewater, cement, pharmaceuticals, and in the environment, right? So process engineering exists throughout the manufacturing sector, not only in oil and gas. In your region, though, in St. Patrick, you all are fortunate to be involved in changes in the Le Bray Industrial Estate and Point Fortin, where Atlantic LNG is located. So you all have a lot of bright prospects on the way. And those of you who are interested in process engineering, well, you're the right place to get your qualifications. This slide just shows you some of the general companies, some of the companies that we have our graduates working in. And you can see most of those are very popular companies. To let you know that you can start here with a certificate, CPO in process operations, the diploma, the bachelor's degree, and you can go on to your master's and PhD degrees. The operators, just to let you know, you can start at the certificate level with maths, English, a total of 5 subjects, where you could be employed as a process plant operator subsequently. So you can start at the certificate level with 5 subjects, or you can come in at the diploma level with 5 subjects, maths, English, chemistry, and physics, or you can enter with the certificate that you did previously. So it's a seamless transition upwards. You can work as a technician or an operator, and then you can enter the bachelor's degree with your diploma or with CAPE subjects, maths, chemistry, or physics. And then you can go on to the masters in renewable energy and other masters and PhD programs. This slide just gives a little idea of the progression from certificate to diploma to bachelor's and all the other postgraduate degrees. And we've had tremendous success in industry. Most of our graduates are gainfully employed. And we really wish that if you like this particular area, to really join us. And we are available to speak to you personally. You can contact us here on our website, and I will leave my contact information on the chat, and you can feel free to call me, okay? So I want to stay within my 5 minutes. I hope I didn't rush you too much, but just know you can start from CSEC and move all the way up and leave with a PhD, okay? So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Maraj, for that enlightening presentation. Yes?
Okay, thanks a lot.
You could stop share the screen.
Right. Thanks.
Nice, no problem. Right, so we will move right along into computer engineering, and I'd like to introduce senior instructor, discipline leader, Mr. Emil Ramlal. Mr. Ramlal, pleasant good afternoon, sir. Are you there?
Yes, good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, parents. Good afternoon, teachers. Special good afternoon to all the students who have taken the time this afternoon to come and listen to us here at UTT. Can I share screen? My screen?
Sure.
Is everyone seeing my screen on the other end?
Yes, we are.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, so I am here to, on behalf of the Center for Information and Communication Technology. I would like to iterate that we have 3 different levels, which is diploma, the degree, and the postgraduate, which is the master's and master philosophy and the PhDs. I would like to also note that we are also UK accredited. We have accreditation from Institution of Engineering and Technology. We have been accredited for 5 years and a further 3 years, which is running concurrently. Okay. First, I'm going to speak about our diploma in computer engineering. Our diploma is offered at the San Fernando campus and the John Dee campus in Port of Spain. To enter the diploma program, you must have 5 CXC or CSEC O-level subjects, including maths and English in that 5. You can register as a full-time student for 2 years or participate part-time, so you can work and do classes in the night from 5 p.m. for 3.5 years to 4 years, depending on which option that you choose. So let's discuss the options. In the diploma in computer engineering, we have the network and telecommunication technology, and we have software engineering. So those of you who desire to work with cabling, networking, and network infrastructure, work as a technician in various organizations, right? You can pursue this option. Those of you who like to develop software such as applications that we use now for our e-commerce and so forth at entry level within development organizations or development companies, you can do the software engineering option, okay? Those of you who have an artistic side and love to draw, right, and be creative, you can do what we call visual communication design. This is offered at the John Dee campus only. It is 2 years full-time, part-time 3 years. Individuals who do this certificate, right, or this diploma can be part of creating labels, creating ads, okay, advertisements, and so forth, and layout for newspapers, okay? These are the individuals who have the qualification for visual communication and design. Then I will move on. Now I will move on to those of you who are doing CAPE A-levels. You can come into the BSc in computer engineering, where you can register as a full-time student for 3 years or a part-time student for 4.5 years. Those of you who have O-levels can come and do the diploma and be exempted to up to a year's worth of courses in the bachelor's, right, for a period of 2 years full-time or 3 years part-time, okay? Those of you who are doing CAPE, we desire individuals who are doing mathematics, physics, or some sort of science, or if you're not doing maths, you can have information technology or computer science. Our options at the BSc in computer engineering is the networking and telecommunication with cybersecurity, and software engineering, data science with some sort of artificial intelligence, okay? Now, students who normally graduate from our programs work as developers in companies, software development companies, international development companies, and have now moved on as supervisors within those companies. So you can be supervisors, okay? One of our success stories within this program is we had a group of our students who won the first iGovTT hackathon competition in Trinidad. They competed against 20 teams from 7 different tertiary institutions. So this is the quality or caliber of students that we have in our program, and you will have no issue in doing our degree. You will have no qualms. Also, you can do our MSc in computer engineering with the options in network and telecommunications technology, software engineering, or those of you who are in the government and would like to have a management type role within the government and IT, you can do digital business and government. Also, we have a lot of students, a lot of individuals, a lot of technicians, a lot of managers registering for cybersecurity. Cybersecurity is a very big thing since the introduction of what we call ransomware affecting organizations such as banks, such as insurance companies and so forth. So this is a very big thing. So we have introduced two options within the cybersecurity and forensics, hacking and digital forensics, cybersecurity management and auditing, right? And this is offered at the John D campus at Port of Spain. Okay, so one more thing. We currently have 11 MPhil candidates and 15 PhD candidates, so you can work up to MPhil and PhD. This concludes my presentation for the afternoon. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ramlal, for that enlightening presentation. And one of the final presenters that we have here today, right? You will come to bowl the final over, proverbially. Is Mr. Howard Spencer, Senior Sports Officer in the Academy of Sport and Recreation. Mr. Spencer, pleasant good afternoon, sir. Welcome. Your mic is still mute.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon.
Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Academy of the University of Trinidad and Tobago. That is really the most exciting academy. So I just want to start. Okay, so we are the Sport and Recreation Unit and the Center for Kinesiology, Physical Education and Sport. And I'm going to start by saying that while it is sport, and sport is really so important, especially to you people down in St. Patrick, having worked there for quite a number of years, and I know the wealth of talent that comes out from that area. You can further your sporting career at the University of Trinidad and Tobago, and at the same time, develop your academic prowess. So let me give you a little historical background. Okay, so in 2007, and the Board of Management formed the Academy of Sport and Recreation. That's how it was then. And the mandate was to have the high performance unit, the success unit, and the academic unit. And the high performance unit was actually based on offering scholarships to students, as I said, who want to continue their sporting career, and at the same time, get a academic qualification. And the success unit was the unit that was responsible for having sporting activities throughout all our campuses at that time. And then to go along with the sport, we developed the academic department. And this is how UTT is unique. In the high performance unit, we have highly qualified coaches. Bridget Adams, netball. Francisco Cruz, who is Cuban, volleyball. Tony Gray, cricket. Just to name a few. We have a strength and conditioning department and a rehab, strength conditioning and rehab, sorry, where we have extremely qualified coaches and qualified massage therapists and athletic trainers. And then we go to the academic department, kinesiology, where we have basically 3 programs. We go from certificate to master's, right? We can boast about this, that at the University of Trinidad and Tobago, the only talent identificator professional in Trinidad and Tobago is there with us. So there are programs that we offer. Certificate in Sports Studies, and we have quite a number of students coming in and who do not have the qualification to go on to their bachelor's, their BSc in kinesiology, actually taking part in this, enrolling for this certificate, because at the end of this certificate, if you are successful, it grants you entry into your bachelor's program. So we have for the certificate 5 CSEC or 5 CXC O-level subjects, inclusive of maths, English, and a science. And if you are worried, Dr. Hunt spoke about the PDA earlier on, that you can enroll now. Then we have the BSc in kinesiology, 5 CSEC or 5 O-level subjects, inclusive of maths, English, and a science, and 2 CAPE subjects. As a matter of fact, we actually have I know of one student who was in 6L and did not go on to 6U because she decided she wanted to come and take part in this program. And she enrolled for the BSc in kinesiology and she was accepted. And then we also have the MSc in kinesiology. Specialization, BSc in kinesiology, you have the sports science, exercise and science, you have the sport pedagogy and coaching, and that's particularly for persons who want to be teachers, do the sport management program, and we do the sport for development, and you can move on to your master's and do sport and exercise psychology, elite sport coaching, sport management, sport for development, and sport therapy. And some of our success stories. We have 7, well, it was a lot more than this before, but based on the economic downturn, we had to cut our programs. We now have about 7 sporting disciplines that fall under the scholarship program. Right, cricket, football, netball, volleyball, table tennis, track and field. Right, and these are some of our success stories. In cricket, we produced 14 national athletes. We had 1 national team captain, Marlon, 2 vice chancellors, national under 23 TTCB Academy. 23 persons actually went to the TTCB Academy. And cricket is coached by Tony Gray. Netball, coached by Bridget Adams. 75% of the trained and current national team consists of UDT students, right? As a matter of fact, we actually had Daystar Swift. She started her bachelor's program with us, went on to her master's, and she continued being a professional netball player. And she recently came back from her little stint abroad. Volleyball, we have 23 senior team players, and we had national captains, Estelle, Kaisel Estelle. She is a professional player. She has been all over the world. She did come to us. She did do her bachelor's there, and she moved on, and she is a professional volleyball player. Volleyball is coached by Francisco Cruz, who is a Cuban national, but he has taken netball to the highest point in Trinidad and Tobago. Swimming, we have 17 national swimmers, 6 athletes, and we have national coaches. We have 1 from Tobago, Mosey Denoon, and Mark Alexis. They are 2 of our national coaches. Right, and we have also sent out hundreds of graduates into the world, ready to continue their sporting career and ready to work with you, student. So once you're willing to, once you feel you want to continue your sporting career and at the same time achieve your academic success, UTT is the only place for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Spencer. Wonderful presentation. Now, students, we've heard a small cross-section of the university, a lot of information, but you know, we also have UTTs, all of these wonderful programs and a lot more. Just to reiterate, we have bachelors in programs such as fine arts, a Bachelor of Fine Arts in Fashion and Design. Yes, you have a bachelor's in criminology and public safety. You have a Bachelor of Fine Arts in Digital Media Arts, if you so desire, if you're an artistic person, right? Mr. Spencer just spoke to kinesiology. You also have a Bachelor in Nautical Science, Maritime Operations, you know, Bachelor of Science in Food Science and Technology. So a host of wonderful programs. Let me give you some more. You know, you have agriculture and entrepreneurship, coastal and ocean management, as Dr. Hossein spoke to. Yes, you have a Bachelor of Science in Aircraft Management, Maintenance and Management. So if you like to learn, get specialized in airplane, we have the fixed wing planes as well as the helicopter engines for you all to work with down at the aviation campus in Hoover, Point Lisas. Yes. Bachelor of Science in Aeronautical and Airworthiness Engineering. You have the Process Engineering, as Dr. Maharaj spoke to. As it goes down the list, Bachelor of Science in Civil, Construction Engineering Systems, Computer Engineering, Manufacturing and Design, Petroleum and Utilities. So the list is very long. Your choices are wide. You have a wide range of choices to choose programs that you could get into at the University of Trinidad and Tobago. And also, just to recap a couple of you don't need to actually come directly into the bachelor's. You can come in the various levels of UTT, starting at your certificate with a minimum of 5 CXCO levels, inclusive of math and English and the science, depending on the nature of the program that you would have chosen. Yes, you have wonderful certificate programs that you can start with, such as the certificate in maritime operations, early childhood care and education, aviation technology, yes, food technology, security and public safety, and the list goes on. One key area that I would like to draw your attention to is the certificate in applied engineering. So for those persons who may not have done physics and they would still like to get into one of our engineering disciplines, this certificate in applied engineering is a wonderful one-year full-time program that seeks to bridge the gap for persons who may not have pursued physics at the CSEC level. Yes, this one-year program will bring you up to speed so that you could get into the National Engineering Technician diplomas and continue on from there and reach up to your bachelor's and even your master's program. Again, to reiterate, a minimum, all you need to start with for the certificate and diploma programs is a minimum of 5, inclusive of math, English, and the science, depending on the nature of the program that you would have chosen. Also, just to reiterate why you would want to come to UTT, because we try to make you a job-ready candidate. So apart from all your academics that you will learn here, you have a lot of hands-on training incorporated into all, if not many, if not all of the programs at UTT. Yes, so if my colleagues would like to entertain some question and answer, or even if they would like to add anything else before we take on any question and answer, the floor is open. Does anybody else have anything to add before we go into the question and answer segment? No, so
no, Ron, we could go ahead. Yeah.
So we will now entertain any questions, and we'll try to provide all the necessary answers for you at this point in time. So don't be shy.
Okay, great. So thank you so very much for the presenters. So some of the questions that's coming out. So one student, she's interested in netball. What would she have to do to get into that, to be a professional netballer?
Well, first of all, she has to come to UTT. That's the first step.
First step.
Yeah, first step. So she comes in and she can qualify once she is enrolled in one of our programs.
Right.
Our coach will take care of her from there and take her from wherever she is up to her highest point. So all she has to do is come September, apply to come in, and Bridget will take care of her after that.
Okay, nice, nice. So one student is saying that UTT sounds really good, but does it offer any studies in psychology?
No, the answer for that is no. We don't do any psychology, sociology programs like those, okay? Unfortunately, yeah.
Okay, well then we can go, then we also, another student is asking, does it offer any courses in accounting and business programs?
Okay, before you go there, but if the person is interested in sports psychology.
Sports psychology.
Yeah, we offer that classes in kinesiology, offer that in sports psychology.
Oh, nice, nice. Thank you. Thank you for highlighting that. And that is a field, whenever students hear of psychology, they always think about, you know, in terms of the clinical psychology, the abnormal psychology, but we always, but most of the times they forget about that. So thank you so very much for highlighting that. Another question, does UTT offer any programs in nursing by chance?
Fortunately, not.
No, No, again, the answer is no. Okay.
All right, so we have physical chemistry programs or chemistry programs.
Right. Well, okay. I just want to clarify something for all the students, right? So UTT is our national university, right? So our prime mandate is to really support support national development. So most of our programs are geared towards the new industries that's being developed, right? So be it sports, be it aviation, be it maritime, okay, be it industry, okay, to name a few, right? So some of the classical employment areas such as nursing and sociology and psychology and these basic sciences, they are offered by our big brother institution, UWI, right? So we're not duplicating those things, okay? So
Right. Okay. So
right?
it's courses, right? Very good. Thank you so very much for that clarification. One other question coming from students. Since the diploma in computer engineering includes visual communication design, will motion graphics and animation be included under this?
Animation is its own program, right?
Okay.
So students who would like to do animation, they can go to the UTT's website and look for animation and apply for animation.
Okay. Okay, great. So
Yeah.
UTT does offer a separate program in animation.
Yes, visual communication also is a separate program. So we have the diploma, but we have 3 levels of diploma, right? So they don't intertwine, they don't intermix. We have different streams. You have the networking, we have the software, and we have the visual design. And we have animation, which is separate.
Do you also provide
Okay, so let me
opportunities for
just-
students to study abroad or to do internships abroad, especially those who are into animation? And because I know lots of them are thinking about, like going Japan.
What I can add, UTT, it's the only institution in the Caribbean that offers the qualification in animation. So if you have a high percentage of students that are interested, it would be good. I'm sure they can reach out and get the animation faculty to talk more to these students because it's now becoming a very popular area.
It is.
As Emil was explaining, the visual communication deals with the more technological aspects of that field, while the animation has it, but it also deals with the artistic side also. And some of their faculty are well known in the animation arena internationally. So it's a good opportunity whereby we can possibly arrange that so they can give them more. Yeah.
Okay, that would be great. That is something that can be put into place because I know some of the students will also be interested in gaming. Seeing that with having to be home, gaming is a huge thing. So everybody wants to be a gamer, designer, all of that. So even if that could be considered and you provide a program, and our students would love to come on and hear a lot about those programs as well. One other question, I am interested in cricket. What subjects do you need to get?
Tasha, I just want to intervene about the exchange programs that you were talking about.
Yes.
There are national exchange programs like the CARICOM Canada exchange programs that exist that students, once they're enrolled in an undergraduate program, they can apply for that. That's available to any citizen in the country. So there are programs that are available for students once they're in an undergraduate program.
Okay, thank you so very much for stating that. Thank you. One student is asking, I want to find out if they teach students how to build computers.
Yes, we would do that at the diploma, right? There's a course called Hardware Fundamentals and so on. And they will go through the basic rudimentaries of assembling and disassembling and troubleshooting computers and components.
Okay.
But there's only a subsection. They do much more than that.
Much more than that.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Another question is coming out from our group. Does UTT offer electrical engineering programs? So just one clarification on that.
Yes. So I represented one part of engineering. So apart from the chemical engineering, we have utilities, which includes the electrical engineering, right? A very popular and successful program. We have petroleum, we have mechanical engineering, we have manufacturing engineering, we have civil, okay? So
yes.
I represented one component, but we have the entire range of engineering programs. So the answer is
Okay.
yes. Okay.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. Another question, what aspects of entrepreneurship and marketing is taught in the Bachelor's of Coastal and Ocean Management? Because this student is doing business as CSEC but want to enter this program.
I would actually ask Andrea, are you there? Could you answer that question, or Dr. Potts? Hello.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, Dr. Hussein. And,
Good afternoon, good afternoon.
All right. The Dr. Hussein mentioned in her presentation, and unfortunately, slide stopped when she showed that part. We have that 4 portions. There are 4 portions of training in the entrepreneurship aspect of it. And what we do is recognize that UTT is an entrepreneurial university, and we have made the point that our students, once they are trained at UTT, we make them not just graduate with qualifications, but we try to get them work ready. So in our marine sciences program, we have properly qualified persons from our foundations who are good in business and business management stuff. They actually help us with that program. Our people initially start off with the first one where we do the service learning. Our people do that, but then the other 3 programs where we have the IBIS and the other 2 programs, we actually take the students through the process of treating with getting together their minds in terms of business and business oriented. So at the end of the 4th year, the last program that they would have done is literally testing what they would have learned in the first 3 portions in actually trying a little business. And that course literally run that we would actually been mentored by the professor. And literally they produce something, and sometimes we are invited to attend to see what they do in the last part. So even if you might be a business type person, but you're interested in marine sciences as your area of concern and business, you may want to probably look at the possibility to contact us. Maybe come and talk to us, and we'll help you decide if this is really the true place for you. If not, we'll guide you correctly to probably go elsewhere. But we will really not fool you. We could contact our program officer, Ms. Andrea Rash, or you could contact Dr. Hussein or myself, right? Or just apply to the UTT and ask to get in touch with us.
Yeah,
our colleagues will help you.
They will guide them accordingly.
Or around Dr. Maraj, everybody will get you right in touch with you or to get in touch. All right,
Great.
so thanks for that question.
Thank you so very much. Yes. One student just asking for clarification on your electrical courses.
Okay, that's engineering?
Yeah.
Yes, well, we don't have any representative here today, but but they need specific courses.
I guess I just want to get an idea as to what it entails.
Okay, well, it's part of the utilities program. I don't want to say too much in case I say something is not totally correct, but it's part of the utilities program, right? And and there's the electrical specialization, where you qualified as an electrical engineer, right? And you do all those courses that's involved in that particular specialization. So I don't know, Oran, if we can probably supply them with some more specialized information with regards to that, right?
Electrical,
yeah, okay.
Ms. Shah.
Correct. Okay. Sorry, I can give more details. I don't want to say anything that's incorrect, right? But we'll supply.
That's okay.
Okay.
That's okay. That's okay. Thanks so much. What subjects? One student asking for clarification if you have opportunities or the subjects required to study cosmetology.
No, we don't offer programs in that field. That is one of the TVET qualifications where you can get a certification in that area through YTEP and the other institutions.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
All right.
What I could add, however, there's more this naturalistic approach to cosmetology, and if students come UTT and they do some stuff in YTEP and then they come UTT and do food technology, they can get the skill sets where they can combine those skills and create their own natural products through food technology program. So they could look at their options. There are a lot of options.
Okay, right. Nice. That's something really good for them to consider. One student just need clarification on the aeronautical and marine operations.
Okay. So I think aeronautical is under the Camden campus, correct?
Correct. Yes. Doc.
So that's it. So you have which you got a lot of information from Dr. Hussain and and then we have the aeronautical engineering, which they have from a certificate all the way up to a bachelor's level, where at the same qualifications, maths, English, science subjects, you need 5 qualifications and they're different levels. So if you want to do that certificate in aeronautical engineering, there's that certificate and then there's the diploma and so on, right?
Okay.
So they just have to do A or C, which one they want to do.
Nice. One student is asking, saying that I'm currently doing science subjects at the CSEC level, but I want to branch off into business management after at UTT. Would that be possible?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, the answer is yes. Yeah.
Yes, usually students who can do sciences or do sciences well are students who can read, who can think, who have a bank account, who manage their own lives. I mean, just think about it. How do you live your life as a business person? And it doesn't matter what your profession is. The thing is that we have professionals who study business and then become proficient and can be our teachers and our leaders in the field of business, like the managers of the banks and so on. But you as an individual, if you are properly well trained in science, you'd have learned to read, study, think logically, do your math and all those things at a level that is considered competent. And therefore, if you come to study that business thing, at some stage in your life, you are going to do it.
Correct. And if I may just add, just quickly, because our university is really one of the pillars is entrepreneurship, right? You'll find at the third year and fourth year of the programs, there are lots of entrepreneurial and management type courses, including project management, right? Where we guide students along that particular management the entrepreneurial line, and not just strictly science and engineering. Okay.
Exactly.
Right.
Okay, great. One student would like to find out about the programs you have in food, dealing with food.
Okay, well, if I just give a general idea, the food faculty did not represent it today, but I know they also offer from the diploma levels, I'm correct?
Certificate in food tech, you have the diploma in food technology, the certificate 1-year program.
Correct.
The diploma is a 2-year program, and they could matriculate as far after your bachelor's in food science and technology.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Correct. All of which, and the program is very unique in that each year, even though you get separate certification, the certificate is the first year of the diploma program, and the diploma is also used as credits off of the bachelor program. So it's a very unique and comprehensive program that you could start at 1 and finish at the end in approximately 3.5 years.
3.5 years. Okay, great. Nice. So one student's asking, what about students, and this tends to happen a lot, they're not sure what they want to do, what area they want to study. So what options do you have available to help students figure out what's their next step? So they want to come UTT, but they're just not sure what they want to do.
So
I think that's a good place to be, as opposed to being no other place, in the sense of your mind. At least in their mind, they want to go UTT, which is very good. I don't know where they got that from. It must be Alana and Oran that planted that in their brain.
Yes.
But that is good. That is absolutely good. And the thing is, as soon as you are getting closer to getting these grades in these subjects that you are about to do, you start to recognize that the high schools that you are in right now in St. Patrick no longer need you, because they need the space for your brothers and sisters coming up. So you have to move on. And with you moving on, youngsters, 5th and 6th and lower 6th and upper 6th, I've been through those programs myself. And of course, there was I really wasn't too sure what exactly I wanted to do. I knew it was something to do with agriculture, with the sea, because that's the way I grew up in Tobago, in Bonaccord and Crown Point, and in that Milford and Pigeon Point area, always in the sea. I knew that something to do with agriculture and the sea. So what I did, I got started. I actually went to UE for a day, and I was still confused. And I spent a second day at UE because I went in my 3 A-levels and GP at 90. And then I got into IKEA, and they said they're going to pay me to go there. I said, you know what? Let me go over there and start and learn something about these animals and plants. I actually spent the 2 years there, and then came out, work as an extension officer for a year or two. Then I decided I really wanted to be a marine biologist. And then I said, let me now find out how I could do that. And I was only 21 going on 22. So it really didn't take too much out of me to really get to that point, having had what was then a UTT program. We didn't know yet that IKEA was going to become UTT. But there's where I went. But I was properly prepared. And ladies and gentlemen, youngsters, I'm at a really young age now, but I went through all the processes, got the bachelor's, got the master's, got the PhD, and now I'm assisting in training our citizens to be better people for tomorrow. Don't worry about being confused. I live being confused, come and start any program by us that you think you can get it. Any one of the programs we talk about it. Just pick one of them and just get started.
Just to add to what Professor Potts is saying, just anytime you're confused, just visit www.u.tt and browse all our programs. Liaise with us. We provided contact information, and we will get all of your specific or specified information from each one of these personnel, and all the rest should we require to do so and provide it at the earliest notice. Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Right. Thank you so very much.
I can just throw in one quick thing that's very applicable for the students. Like for example, in the engineering programs, a lot of the year one courses are common, right? So if you enter a particular program and you decide to change your mind and move across to another program, in many cases, a lot of the courses can be transferred, okay?
Good point. Very good point.
Right. Thank you.
Very good point.
One student wants to know, do you offer underwater welding? And if so, what are the qualifications?
I guess I might be one of the best person to take a stab at that. We do not, at this time, offer underwater welding. But it is one of those areas that we were asked that question a couple weeks ago at Holy Cross. And we are actually waiting for the answer. So we have asked a couple of our friends over at Maritime, where they do engineering work and other work, and they are going to give us an answer. When we get that answer, we get in touch with your moderator, and we'll ask her to share it with the schools.
Okay.
Because just as Dr. Bahad was saying just now, we don't want to give you anything that is erroneous, right? Sure. And so let's continue to check that out as the exact same question we had at Holy Cross from maybe one of colleagues at the same stage. So we are going to answer that question, and I think you might get the answer next week.
Also, they would also like to know about international accreditation or recognition for UTT.
Okay. Or do you want me to do that again?
Feel free.
All right. What I've been saying is that the University of Trinidad and Tobago, like the UE, like USC, like COSTAT, and all the others locally, we are accredited by ACT, the Accreditation Council of Trinidad and Tobago. Now, the Accreditation Council of Trinidad and Tobago is accredited by CANCATE, which is the Caribbean Academic Quality Unit, right? And then CANCATE is accredited by INQUAHI, which is the international body that accredits accrediting bodies. So, so what does that tell you? That the UTT is an accredited, let me use the word accredited, it's proper English, an accredited institution of higher learning. And we have had, how do you determine that? You have to have a proper facilities around the place, you have to have proper programs and quality in lecturers and so on around the thing. All these people, when they were selected, they were properly selected with proper graduation from different institutions around the world. And eventually, when the evaluation was done by the accredited body, we were told where we have to improve here or improve there. And UTT has gotten to that point where we have so much years accreditation, and then the accreditation doesn't last forever. Not for any institution in the world. They normally do it on a 2 or 3 or 7 year basis, and then you have to stay on your toes. So UTT knows that, just like any other institution, they come back every other 4 or 5 years, and you have to deal with your accreditations again and again. So we are kept on our toes. We run quality programs. We have an honor code in terms of how our students do their work at UTT. We don't encourage cheating and plagiarism and all those things. We take very serious stab at those, because those are the kinds of things that affect accreditation and quality of your degree. And if you have heard of UTT, we chose students out forthwith with a thing we call the interdisciplinary committee that sit within 10 days of having these kinds of query committees. So the standard is there, and we follow the right accreditation bodies. And for a young university, that's in its 20s, it is doing very well. Feel free, feel comfortable coming to your university.
Okay,
Nice.
I can just add a quick important point there.
Sure.
Apart from the accreditation Dr. Potts spoke of, which is totally correct, a lot of programs also boast of what we call program accreditation, okay?
Yes.
Which is specific accreditation.
Thanks, Doctor.
Yeah. So the slides that I showed for process, you'd see a IChemE logo on my slides. It means that our program is accredited by the Institute of Chemical Engineers, which is an international accreditation organization, okay? And it means that it doesn't matter where the program is being run, it meets the international standards. So many of our programs have that program accreditation that is internationally recognized, okay?
And Dr. Hossain did mention IMARES, where the majority of the core programs at Maritime and Marine in Chaguaramas are accredited to that English program accreditation. But so anywhere in the world that we mention UTT's program, we said IMARES accredited. That in itself is a big thing. And she was very correct to say that to us.
Okay,
Right,
thank you
one
so
quick
very
thing
much.
before you continue, please. I just got the information. We do not offer the underwater welding program at the Marine Science, at the Maritime Studies unit.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, then. Thank you so very much for sharing. Okay, so we're about to wrap up, but I just want to throw in these questions from these students. One student would like to ask, do you offer anesthesiology at UTT?
No.
Okay, and what about one student is interested in being a flight attendant? Do you offer anything in that? Even though, yes, they understand that COVID-19 is a lot for flight attendants right now, so no?
No. That's specialized training done by for airlines, okay? Yeah.
Done by
Right.
at
CETAL as well too. CETAL
offers that
training
program.
for air hostess.
All right. And what is the age to enter netball?
5.
Yes, to enter the university. Once you reach the age to enter university and you enroll in our program, all the sporting disciplines are there for you. Just want to add one thing though. The University of Trinidad and Tobago normally takes part in the TSAT, which is the Tertiary League of Trinidad and Tobago. And in October this year, both our male football teams and our female football team supposed to be heading out to Mexico to take part in the university games. At Mexico is the qualifiers, and if we qualify there, we go to China for the World University Games, which is one of the biggest games after the Olympics.
Okay. Okay, great. And one final question, could one student would like you to clarify the teaching programs that you have offered?
With regard to education, to become right. Okay,
Yes.
so he offers a Bachelor's of Education, which is a recognized program by the Ministry of Education for you to become an elementary teacher, and also offer early childhood, where you will be able to teach in one of the ECCE centers. I'm sure they're noticing that the government has some centers where children can go and do their early childhood. So through these programs, you will be qualified to be a teacher at elementary school in Trinidad and Tobago. Okay, but they also, if you want to become a physical education teacher, there is a program through which is offered through sports with a combination of educational courses that will allow you to become a physical education teacher at the secondary school level. And music, there is some facilitation if you do the program at upper and you get that bachelor's of performing arts and also in drama and dance. It caters for you to be able to enter the teaching service in Trinidad and Tobago.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you so very, very much. So I would like to extend much thanks and appreciation to the UTT and its panel for being here today and sharing such a great amount of information with our students. We really and truly appreciate you taking the time and energy to really and truly be with us this afternoon. So thank you so very much. Is there anyone would like to give one final remark to our students?
Yes, Keisha, I just wanted to give five words, right? Five keywords, right? First of all, I just want to stress that our university is successful because we are very practical, right? We stress a lot on the practical aspects of the employment of our training. First word, practical. Second word is accreditation. We have both institution accreditation and program accreditation, okay?
Right.
Specialized accreditation, that's the second word. Third word, seamless. We offer programs and qualifications from CSEC, from certificates straight up to PhD and beyond, okay?
Right.
Fourth word, online. We didn't speak about that, but most of our programs are being run online right now, totally online from your home, including practical work, right? Especially in this COVID environment. And the fifth important word is support. And people like Alana and Oran, right? And Janelle, we have total support and we reach out to our students and potential students. So those are the 5 words I just wanted to leave, okay?
All right, thank you so very much. And thanks again for this panel for being with us today. So students, thank you so very much for joining us today for our career fair. Remember, we continue on tomorrow as well as Friday. So what can you look forward to tomorrow? So tomorrow we have COSTAT, we have MIC Institute of Technology, we have the Sports Company of Trinidad and Tobago, we also have YTEP, Trinidad and Tobago Coast Guard, the Embassy of the United States, as well as the Trinidad and Tobago Insurance Institute. So these are some of the presentations you can look forward to in our program tomorrow. So we hope that you all join back in, tell your friends, let them know that they can be a part of this career fair. It's all about preparing for your tomorrow today. So thank you so very much again, and we will see you all tomorrow at 10:05, guys. So have a wonderful afternoon. Take care, stay blessed. Good evening.
Thank you. Bye.
Thanks, Kashia.
You're most welcome.
Very much.
Hi, Janelle.
Okay, guys. Ms. Kashia will provide you with the information at a later date, right?
Yes, I'd appreciate that. Thank you so very much.
All right. Okay, guys, take care.
Thanks a lot.
You take care. Okay, good.
All right, colleagues.
Bye. Thanks so much.
Yeah. Hey.
I just wanted to contact you.
Huh?
I'm very grateful that
Oh.
If the lion is the king of the jungle, how can he be the king of the jungle? If he's not the biggest, the elephant is probably one of the biggest. He can't be the fastest because that's a cheetah. He can't be the smartest. So he's not the biggest, the fastest, or the smartest. So how does a lion become the king of the jungle? His mentality. That's the only difference of a lion and an elephant. When a lion walks up and sees an elephant, he thinks lunch. An elephant thinks run. And it's all mentality. Because when a male lion walks up, he may be outnumbered by a pack of hyenas, but I'm king of my jungle because of my mentality.
What happens when you're a gazelle and you're not being pushed, you're not being prodded, you're not given a reward, nobody's encouraging you? What happens when you're a gazelle and the lion's not chasing you anymore? You stop running. But what happens when you're a lion? When you are a lion, it does not make a difference. You realize that if your family is going to eat, that if that pack of lions is to survive, then you gotta go hunt. A part of being a beast just ain't eating a gazelle. A part of being a beast is the hunt. It's the hunt that they're excited about. They like to see the gazelles run. Then boom, they take off. Because real lions like to hunt. They love the process just as much as they love the prize. And some of y'all just want to score. You don't like the process. You're not in love with the process. A true hunter's goal is not the prize. A true hunter's goal is to hunt. That's what they live for. They live to hunt. They don't just live to catch it. It's the whole process. When you are a true hunter, you don't go by time, you go by the gazelle. When you are a true hunter, you hunt until you get a gazelle, and you don't stop until you get one. And then you get another, and then you get another, and you get another. If you're gonna do what you say you're gonna do, be what you say you're gonna be, you're gonna have to lion me out. You a gazelle, you're gonna come up short. You a gazelle, you're gonna have an average experience. You a student, I need you in lion mode. You an entrepreneur, I need you in lion mode. You trying to lose weight, lion mode. You can't do nothing significant in gazelle mode, nothing. Nothing impressive happens in gazelle mode. Nothing happens in run mode, give up mode, quit mode, scared mode, fearful mode, nothing happens. Everything happens in lion mode like I'm coming to get you.